Symonds, Stanley B, 11033-175, Corporal, U.S. Army. The date today is January 5th, 1981. Just about 40 years since I had a 4-year stint with the U.S. Army, and I've come to the conclusion that these 4 years were really unusual, and I think that they should be recorded while the incidents are still fresh in my mind. In August of 1941, I went before the draft board, and they voted me 3-0 in favor of drafting me. So I thought perhaps it might be a good idea to join the Army. At that time, if you joined the Army, you could pick your own branch. So I joined the Army for 3 years and picked the Signal Corps. And perhaps in the long run this saved my neck. I know it certainly shaped my life. The first thing I noticed, there was a class distinction when you joined the Army. You got a different type serial number, and there was this distinction. At the induction center, the people that joined the Army went to a restaurant for dinner, and the ones that were drafted had a brown bag and a cheese sandwich in it. We had pretty good dinner. I thought this was terrific, this class distinction, because I was on the beneficial side of it. 3 years later, when my term of duty was up, I was in New Guinea, or East Indies somewhere, New Guinea, I guess, and nobody even said good morning. We left from Hartford and went to Camp Devens, and I'll tell you, I don't know how these people ever coped with all these raw recruits, but we got there, and the Army was ill prepared to receive all these people at one time, at this particular time in 1941. We weren't even issued a complete uniform. We had blue denims, pants, and leggings, and a khaki shirt, and that was it for a few weeks. In 2 or 3 weeks, we were finally issued a full uniform. I remember that when we went for shots, they were going to inoculate us for something or other, I don't know. At any rate, they had 2 lines, and had a left arm line and a right arm line. If you were left-handed, you went in the right arm line and vice versa, so they wouldn't hurt your good arm. And I remember going down through there, and the fellow in front of me got jabbed, and he looked at it and cussed a little bit and kept mumbling, and didn't move fast enough, and they got him again. After a few days, they issued us a rifle of uncertain vintage, looked like an old Springfield, and took us out for close order drill. Well, you never saw a more ungainly lot in your life. I don't know how they ever coped with us, but at any rate, they began drilling us, and the first day out there, I got yipped at. I remember that OD hollering out, that drill sergeant hollering out, "Hey, Simon, where do you think you're going? Squirrel hunting?" Seems like I had the rifle over my shoulder in the most comfortable position. They tried to make things easy for us, and when we had this close order drill, they even played that game there, you know, old Grady says left face, old Grady says right face, old Grady says about face, and old Grady says left face, and then they'd holler right face at you, and anybody that moved when you didn't say old Grady, they had to take a trip around this drill field, which was about 3/4 of a mile at double time. Well, they hollered one of these commands, and I moved, of course, and a little black fellow moved with me at the same time, and so they told us to take off at double time. We hadn't gone 50 yards, and this guy was puffing like a steam engine, and we got about halfway around. There was a building over there, and he went around back of the building, and I heard him say, "Oh, Grady says lay down," and he never did come back, as far as I know. They used to get us up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I didn't really mind this too much. I was used to getting up early, but the way of getting you up, this charge of quarters would come in and turn on all the lights and beller at the top of his lungs and then blow that whistle till he was blue in the face and shocked the daylights out of everybody. It's sort of a rude awakening, you might say, and at any rate, it was very effective. Everybody managed to stumble out in short order. I adjusted to this life, I thought pretty well. I didn't mind the food too much, and I didn't mind taking orders. I've been taking them all my life anyway, but some of the fellas had a real rough time at it. The pay was terrific. Just this side of slavery. We got $21 a month. And this was before they clipped you for everything, for your laundry and your PX checks. That was the post-exchange checks. And then you had theater checks if you wanted to go to the theater. There wasn't anything else to do anyway. And, well, you're lucky if you ended up with, $7 or $8 at the end of the month. I remember when well, we weren't at Devon's too long, probably a month all told, and we were assigned to Fort Monmouth, New Jersey, which was a signal corps training program down there. And this was a pretty big camp, bigger than, probably bigger than Devon's, I don't know. I never did get to see the whole thing at any rate. This is when I first really got indoctrinated with that KP. When they had KP at Fort Monmouth, they not only, they did it up brown. They took the whole company for KP, and they'd start you off early in the morning. It was dark, and keep marching along, and every time they come to a mess hall, they'd drop off about 6 guys, and finally I 2 or 3 other fellows and myself dropped off at one place, and I had no idea where I was. And the first thing I saw when I got to this mess hall was best mess hall of the week. And I couldn't have picked the worst one if I tried. The mess sergeant wasn't about to lose this plaque. And he had us cleaning that place from top to bottom, and we were even outside in the dock cleaning those clapboards, washing the clapboards. I thought that was going a little strong. They kept us busy a good share of the time, about 12 hours a day. I spent half of it trying to learn the signal end of it, and the other half in calisthenics and close order drill, and trying to keep us physically fit. When the day was over, you were really ready to hit the sack, and then there was a good possibility that after your day was over, you went on guard duty. But that was 3 hours on and 6 hours off, and then you had the next day off. It wasn't too bad a detail, and all you had to do was keep awake. That was the main thing. We used to have to wear these gas masks everywhere, and they were a pretty cumbersome thing, and well, after a while, about half of us just sort of forgot to take them along with us. And so one day after one of the classes, they took us out in a big field, and they said they were going to set off some smoke screens, and they did, and they said you can walk right in it. And we did, and it wasn't too bad. It smelled a little sweet, but it didn't seem to bother you too much. And when we got completely enveloped in this smoke and didn't have any idea where we were, somebody hollered gas, and they threw some tear gas in there. Well, of course the idea was to put on a gas mask, and I didn't have one. And finally some guy come up to me and said, put on your mask. And I said, I'd be happy to if I had one, but I don't have one with. Well, he said, you better follow me. So he led me by the hand, and this stuff makes you a little sick, and sort of taught me a lesson. While I was at Fort Monmouth, we managed to get a few weekends home, and I happened to be home on December 7th, 1941. And I just, I was going to go back early. Sunday, I was going back early. So I had my folks, my father take me out to the highway where I was going to bum a ride back to New York and New Jersey. And I don't think I'd been there more than 15 minutes when some guy came, a car going the opposite way from what I was bumming, and stopped the car and called me over and said, did you hear the news, soldier? And I said, no. And he said, they just bombed Pearl Harbor. And, well, I said something appropriate, I imagine, but I had no idea where Pearl Harbor was, but I knew we were in trouble. But after that, I had no problem getting a ride. Everybody and his brother seemed to want to get me back to camp. I finally got to Hartford, and I figured I'd better take a train. And so I got a train, and I went to Grand Central Station in New York to switch over to go to New Jersey. And I know soon I got off the train into the station, 2 MPs collared me and led me right onto a bus, and they were going to take me to New Jersey. They didn't have to do that. I was going to go anyway, but they wanted to make sure, I reckon. Next day, we heard the president address the nation. We knew we were at war, and it was altogether a new ball game. Excitement ran high. We were all young, and it made a altogether new outlook on the thing, and you know, we were determined to get this thing over with in 6 months and be back home. I spent Christmas in Fort Monmouth. I remember pretty decent of the Jewish people. They all worked on Christmas so that we could have the ones that were able to could get a day off and go home. I wasn't able to, but I thought it was a pretty decent thing to do. And then a few days after that, there was some Jewish holiday coming up, and I remember looking on the bulletin board, and there was a notice there that anybody of the Jewish faith who wanted to have these holidays off, these Jewish holidays off, just sign up. And I couldn't believe my eyes when I looked at that paper the next morning, and there was Haggerty and O'Toole and O'Brien and everybody else's name down there. We were still getting only $21 a month at Fort Monmouth, but you know, the regular Army got paid first, regardless. Ordinarily, you got paid according to rank. But if you happen to be regular Army, your serial number began with 1, you were regular Army, you got paid first. It was quite a thing. You got paid before the Master Sergeant. Privates got paid before the Master Sergeant. We weren't too popular, but there weren't too many of us, so it really didn't matter. We were trying to cram all this training in, I guess it was about 8 weeks. And they really crammed us there, and I can still remember when they'd have those formations in the morning. After the roll call, they'd have sick call, and anybody wanted to go to the infirmary, I can remember the first sergeant hollering, "Okay, sick, lame, and lazy over here," and you went and filed in over there. We had a first sergeant there that was a young fella, he was a big, tall fella, and tried to talk. He was younger than we were, I think, but he tried to talk gruff there. One day his voice cracked and spoiled the whole thing. But anyway, I can remember he'd blow that whistle, and we did everything on a double time, and we'd come rushing out of there, and then I thought we were doing pretty well, you know, and he'd say, "Listen, when I blow this whistle, I want to see a cloud of dust, and when that cloud of dust clears away, I want to see 3 rows of statues." We only had about 10 minutes to get fully dressed in the morning, all up for reveille, and I mean fully dressed, I mean this was leggings and proper dress. They tell you the day before what you got to wear the next day. And 5 o'clock in the morning, and after this guy blows a whistle and pitch dark and then all bright lights and getting you out of bed, sometimes I got confused there one time and put those leggings used to hook up with hooks, like a shoestring there on a hook. But the hooks are designed to be on the outside of your legs, and I remember one morning I got mixed up and put the leggings on the wrong legs, and the hooks are on the inside, and as I run out the door, both legs caught together and I landed flat on my face. When I came back in, I promptly turned the leggings inside out and wrote left and right on the proper ones. They used to have a Saturday inspection that was pretty strict. And if you, for any reason, the whole barracks didn't pass, there's a good possibility the whole barracks would be confined for the weekend. So everybody tried to do their thing and get things in proper shape. Remember one Saturday one Saturday inspection, I had charge of the latrine. Now this is about 10 toilets, about 6 toilets and about 10 sinks that you have to keep clean, and then there was 10 mirrors in front of the sinks, and so I was having an awful time trying to keep these mirrors clean. Everybody'd come in and they'd wet their hair and then comb it and get streaked all over the mirrors, so after about a half an hour, just telling them take it easy, I cleared the latrine out and run a broom handle right through the handle on the door so nobody could get in. And every time they'd come to get in there, I'd say, we got a plumbing problem in here, go next door. And this worked fine. Nobody was coming back in there until somebody come pounding on the door, and I said, go next door, we got a problem in here. Somebody said, if you don't open that door, soldier, you're going to have a problem. It was an inspection team. You know, I came to the conclusion real early in this life in the Army that if you lose your sense of humor, you're going to have yourself a problem. I saw some people that really did. I think there was humor in everything, regardless of how serious the situation was. If you just looked for it, it was there, and it helped a little, I'll tell you. While we were at Fort Monmouth, they took us out on the range. It seems that a signalman carries a sidearm, preferably not a rifle or anything else, just a sidearm. This is what you're supposed to have. So they took us out on the range, and they had these. At this time, they had these old double-action pistols, a .45 pistol. They throw out a pretty good bullet. You hit anybody in the shoulder, you'll tear half his arm off with it, I reckon. But they're not very accurate unless you're at close range. At any rate, we had this target practice where they had a silhouette of a man, and they were hooked on. They had a pulley going back there with some ropes, and one guy's working the ropes, and at one point you have a silhouette of a man, and then you have then they turn it, and there's just the edge of the man, and then they turn it back, and you have a full silhouette. Well, the idea is to shoot when he's at you and when he's broadside and try to hit him, and these targets were pretty close together, and everybody was trying for their marksman or expert or whatnot kind of a medal you get. Well, when they got through, give you 14 shots, and when they got through, you put the gun down, or holster the gun, and then you go up and count the holes in your target with your coach. The coach is just another enlisted man. Anyway, first time on the range, I went up and I shot 14 shots, and I had 18 holes in my target. And a fellow next to me was shooting my target. He didn't have any in his, and I reckon they should have had me a special medal. Our 6 weeks of basic training was just about up at this time, and we progressed quite a little. We got so we could do close order drills in a pretty good military manner. So they began breaking us up into small groups, and we each take turn shouting out commands, to the rear march, left by the right flank, by the left flank, march by the right flank, march, and etc. And you get them scattered all around. The idea was to get them back where you started from. And they were, they had me giving these commands. I was doing pretty good. I'd give them to the right flank, and then I'd get them back to the left flank, and then I'd get them in a straight line. And we were drilling between the barracks, and it was snow on the ground, and My drill instructor just happened to be there when I thought I'd give him a snappy command, so I told him to the rear march. And it just so happened all 9 of them were on a patch of ice, and they went down in a pile. And he said, "Symonds, you did that on purpose." But I really didn't. When we'd completed our basic training, 15 of us were told that we were to be sent to Fort Lewis, Washington, to the 41st Infantry Division, and we would be in the signal company of the 41st Infantry Division. Well, of course, I had no idea who the 41st was or what kind of an outfit they were, but believe me, this was the weirdest outfit that anybody could possibly be attached to. A short time later, they gave us, I think it was $25, and put us on a civilian train and sent us out to the West Coast. We had to buy 5 or 6 meals on the train, and maybe a few more, I don't know. They only cost $2 or $3 a meal, and we had a ball. We stopped in Chicago, and luckily we ever made it. But we finally arrived at Fort Lewis, and that really was something else. This 41st Signal Company was the craziest, wildest, most unmilitary group of personnel I ever had the good fortune to come across. I acquired a little bit of military learning, and I figured that I was a pretty good, I had pretty good military etiquette and whatnot, but when I got here, everything went by the wayside. I took one look at this outfit, and I said, how can this possibly be? And boy, I got it made. So I joined them. And the first place, they were all related. Half the outfit was related to each other, and they were a National Guard outfit. How I ever got there, I'll never know. But at any rate, they never seemed to do anything in a military manner. The first thing that come to my attention was the first formation that we stood early in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, and this Fort Lewis is right off Puget Sound in the state of Washington. And in January, a fog comes rolling in there in the morning like you wouldn't believe. The first sergeant has to stand out there with a flashlight about 2 inches away from the roster so he can read the names. The fog is that dense. And we have a signal company of 200 men, and I just couldn't believe it. Of course, you couldn't see anybody out there. They'd holler for you to fall out formation, and the first sergeant couldn't even see the roster, say anything about anybody, see anybody. And they got, I don't believe that there was 20 people out there sounding off for 200 men. You know, they'd say Jones, and one guy'd say here, and they'd say Smith, and he'd say here, and they'd say Franklin, and he'd say yo, and the same guy saying all the names. He had 6 or 7 names to call out. It was quite a thing, really. I've been assigned to Message Center, Division Message Center, and this was a pretty important job. And while we were at Division Message Center, they really had to be on the ball. But they had so many personnel there that you only had to work about 1 day, and then you had 2 days off, 1 or 2 days off, and this is when it became a little boring, and they were just trying to keep doing the routine things, and nobody wanted to do it. Everybody knew them anyway, but they had to do something with us, so they used to try to keep us busy. And after breakfast, by then the fog had cleared away a little bit, and they'd have another formation, and the first sergeant would give the different sections their details for the day. We had a Sergeant Mapes, head of our section, and I don't know how this guy ever got to be a sergeant. He was a regular old scared rabbit. He was scared of the shadow, and at any rate, they'd say, Sergeant Mapes, you take these men over there and show them the procedure of running a message center in barracks number 6 or so. So anyway, Mapes would bark out these, all right, attention, left phase column of 2's forward march, and he'd head for section, for barrack 6, and he's counting cadence, up 2, 3, 4, and all this, and all the time he's at the head of the column, and while he's marching there, everybody's peeling off, and we go upstairs and look out the window. He'd get over to barrack 6, and he'd say, section, halt, and he'd turn around, there wouldn't be a soul there. We still had to do the same details that we did everywhere else, guard, KP, and etc., but none of them were done as they were supposed to be. The KPs, they were so bad that they made the KPs wear a red armband so they'd be able to round them up. And they had what they call a KP pusher, and all this guy had a steady job just going around trying to round up the people that were supposed to be on KP and were goofing off. I don't know, somehow the work got done, but it really was something different. I remember one night I drew guard duty, and there wasn't much to it, you know. This was a camp and sidewalks and everything. All you had to do was walk around the block and just keep your area, just walk around, and I don't know what you're supposed to do if anything happened, because we didn't have any bullets for the guns we had, but we did have a gun anyway. About the second time I walked around this block, I came to the guard that was on the other block, and we kind of crossed paths there, and geez, I'll never forget it, you know. This fellow's name was Dimoff. He was later to become a tech sergeant, I guess, but at any rate, he was a PFC, a private first class at this time, and so he knew I was kind of new there, kind of new to the Army, and he said, Symonds, if you have any trouble, call me, because I'm a PFC. And even though I was new, oh baby, this is it. God, a PFC drunk with power. The signal company was really rich with characters. All you had to do was you didn't have to look too far. They were all over, but had to kind of sort them out a little bit. And they had a fellow named Coombs, and he was kind of he was a little bit older and a big, tall, skinny guy, and he didn't, kind of a loner. He didn't seem to associate with anybody, and I didn't know too many people there either, so I used to talk with him once in a while, and we went on maneuvers one night there, and you have to have a full field pack, and in your field pack you have a half a shelter half, and what you do is when it comes time to bed down at night, you take your half of the shelter half and match up with another guy and hook them together, and you have a full shelter half, full shelter that you can crawl into and keep out of the weather at night. Well, seeing that nobody wanted to bed down with this Coons, he's kind of weird anyway, and so I forget his first name. His last name was Coons anyway. So he couldn't find anybody to bed down, and so he just rolled up in his shelter half like a blanket there. And I met him the next morning, and he said, you know, I slept over there all by myself, and I rolled up in my shelter half, and he said at daybreak, he said I woke up, and he said I looked up, and there was a rabbit about 4 inches away from me, and he said I looked at the rabbit, and the rabbit looked at me, and neither one of us said a word. They had a KP pusher whose name was Tupper. He was a little sort of a round fella, pretty heavy, and he had glasses that looked like they were from the bottom of a Coke bottle. The poor fellow couldn't see very well, and he wasn't the most popular person on the grounds because he was always rounding up these KPs. But he had to keep in good with them because if your matches got wet or you didn't have any matches, you could always borrow Tupper's glasses, and you're out there in the sun, and you could light a cigarette or a pipe pretty handy. I got to Fort Lewis in January, and I hadn't been paid for about a month, and finally they gave me a partial payment, and when I went to get my pay, the CO said that I had to take $5 for the company funds for the dishes. And I said, what dishes? And he said, well, they had a party here with company funds, and somebody got drunk and lifted up a whole shelf, and the whole shelf of dishes come down. Now the company's got to pay for them. So I said, I don't think I ought to pay for them. I wasn't here when this happened. And he said, well, you're part of the company now, and you have to pay for them. And he took $5. So I was pretty new in this army, and I thought it was pretty unfair. So I went down to see the finance officer, who was a colonel, and I told him the whole story. And he said, you're right, you don't have to pay for that. He said, you go back and tell that, he said, I'll send a letter, and you tell that CO that you don't have to pay for it. So at any rate, I felt pretty good, and I went back and told the CO, and he said, you've been to that finance office? And I said, yes, sir. And he said, all right. And he gave me the $5, and the next day I was on guard, and the next day I was on latrine duty, and the next day I was on KP, and the next day they had me cleaning the grease traps. And this went on and on for about 7 days straight, and finally I began to see the light, and I went in and I said, Captain Burns, I think there's been a mistake in the roster. I've been on duty for 7 days straight. And he looked me right square in the eye and said, we'll look into it, Symonds. And the next day I was on guard, and the next day I was on KP. It went on about 2 weeks, and finally they let up, and they taught me lesson number 2, don't try to buck the system. About this time, the signal officer must have, he was a full-fledged colonel, and he must have decided he wanted to instill a little military discipline into this outfit. All the relatives are having too good a time. At any rate, he brought in some new officers, probably filled the table of organization up, brought in some new officers. A couple of them, one was a VMI graduate, and we had 2 or 3 90-day wonders. They were enlisted men that went to school for 90 days, and they made him an officer. These jokers that enlisted men were quite some characters. When we had an inspection Saturday, these new officers especially really were gung-ho on inspections, and they would come down there. We had bunks on both sides of the barracks, and there would be a long alley, a big wide alleyway in between, and the bunks, the foot of the bunks would be facing each other, and we had to stand at the foot of the bunks for attention, have our foot lockers open, and they were inspected, etc. These new officers, they were kind of gung-ho on this, and we'd have to stand at attention as they approached us. And of course, their nose is about 2 inches away from our nose, and looking right square in the eye, and we got to look dead ahead. And when we look dead ahead, we either see them or the person across the way who's also standing at attention. And these jokers across the way would they put their hands in their ears, and they thumb their nose at you, because they had the back of the officer was facing them, and they were going crazy on the other side of the thing, and other side of the room, and it was pretty difficult to hold a straight face, but these officers were pretty gung-ho, so you had to kind of make some weird motions with your face, but you didn't dare laugh. At the end of January 1942, we were getting ready to move out, and we were packing up. We knew we were going. We didn't know where, but we knew we were going to move, and probably overseas. They always had, like I said, they were all relatives there, and not too many people got court-martialed when they got into trouble in that signal company, but they always give them company punishment instead, which was fine for us because it took somebody off a detail. And there was always 2 or 3 of them in what they call under house arrest, sort of, and they were doing all the details around there. But they were prisoners, and we got him. I don't know whether it's under the Articles of War or not, but at any rate, they told us that these prisoners that we were guarding, if they ran away while we were guarding them, that we would serve the rest of their sentence. Now, I don't know whether they could have enforced this or not, but it was enough to get your attention. At any rate, I had to guard one of them one time, and he was a nice enough fellow. He just got in some trouble, and I knew him, and I didn't want to go around with a gun on him all the time, although I had a gun. So we were cleaning out one of these little buildings, sort of a rec center we had there, getting ready to move. And he was supposed to be sweeping out the room, so he was in one room and I was in the other. I didn't stay with him too close, and next thing I know, all this smoke and tear gas is pouring out of this room, and it kind of caught me by surprise, and I couldn't even find my way out. I had to feel along the wall, and until I come to the door, and I figured by then that my prisoner had long been gone. He set the things off in there. He found some in a cupboard and set them off, and I'm coughing and trying to see out there, and then I look up, and here he is sitting on the step laughing his head off. We finally begin to get some equipment in there, and the next thing I know, we were issued, about every third man was issued a submachine gun. Everybody wanted a Tommy gun. And they were new to everyone there. They took us out on the firing range and with these submachine guns, and they were Thompson, and he either had a clip which fired 20 shots or a cylinder that fired 50. You could put this submachine gun on single shot or semi-automatic. You put it on semi-automatic, you go through a clip in about 3 seconds, 20 shots. So they told us only fire bursts of 2 or 3, and 3 or 4 shots at a time. But of course, everybody figured they were James Cagney with a machine gun, and when my turn got up there, I went through the whole cylinder in about 7 seconds, and ended up shooting up in the air. The thing climbed right up. Everybody having a good time with them, and so they brought us back, and they supposedly took all the ammunition away from us. About an hour after supper, somebody, these are 2-story barracks, and somebody downstairs, they fooling around with these machine guns somewhere, and they apparently had some more ammunition, and next thing, this thing went off. They 45, you know, and they make quite a racket. This thing went off, and it put a hole right through the ceiling, and it went up through the floor and out through the roof upstairs, and fortunately didn't hit anybody. It made quite a racket. So the first sergeant come down here, and he hauled us all outdoors and really told us off and said, "You guys know better than this. How many times have I told you, when you're fooling around with a gun, you're not supposed to have ammunition in the first place. When you're fooling with a gun, keep that gun pointed down." So, they finally sent us back in, and about a half an hour later, somebody upstairs shot a hole through the floor and came right downstairs, and went through the bottom floor. Didn't hit anybody. They hauled us outdoors again, and he said, "You guys downstairs keep them pointed down. You guys upstairs keep them pointed up." Sometime in the latter part of February, we got the order to move out, and we were going to go to San Francisco. So we got in a train, and San Francisco meant just one thing, point of embarkation, and we figured we were going to the Pacific, and really didn't make much difference to me. They had a pretty good war going on both sides, one over in Europe and one in the Pacific, and I figured I'd rather sweat than freeze, so it didn't make much difference. And we were all young, and nobody was too concerned. Maybe a few of them were. Anyway, we finally got to Frisco, and they put us in a big warehouse down there and shut the door, and all secret stuff, you know. And finally, at dark, they opened the door, and you had two barracks bags to carry, one on your shoulder, and you kind of dragged one. And you bent right over. You couldn't hardly see where you're going if you wanted to. And they started us out in a single file, and I started walking up a gangplank. And first thing I noticed when I got on this ship, I'm seeing a tile floor and everything. And I said, boy, this is some nice ship. I don't know. Well, I found out a little later, and I got straightened up that we were aboard the Queen Elizabeth. It was quite a ship. I never got to see the tile floor again. That was officers' quarters, but had to go through there to get to where we were going. And we went down, I don't know, it must have been, I would say about 14 stories down. And we didn't have to worry about closing the portholes. We were way below the water line. It sort of run through my mind. If a torpedo was coming through, it might come right through a bedroom. But well, it wasn't that bad. We had hammocks. The thing wasn't completely converted to a troop ship at this time. We had hammocks and had to pipe some air down to us. So, well, you kind of get used to everything. But there was considerable boredom on board the ship. Once we got underway, had a fellow named Boyd. He was with the signal company, and this Queen Elizabeth is a pretty big ship. It's one of the biggest ones afloat at the time, and this Boyd, we hadn't even left the dock, and he's laying down in head down there in the latrine, and he's sicker than a dog, and we haven't even left the dock yet. So they promptly labeled him Admiral Boyd. First couple of days were they were kind of exciting. It was new. We went under the Golden Gate and waved to somebody up there, and after a couple of days of this, it became very boring. And we found out that life aboard this ship was going to be one line after another. You had to line up to for breakfast, and you had to line up for sick call, and you had all these lines were real long. I mean, they take quite a while. They even had one line where you could get a Coke. That was the only thing you could buy was a Coke, and you could only buy one. And I got in this line. It took about an hour and a half. I got up there, and the guy gave me a Coke, and an Englishman. And when he put the Coke down on the counter, the bottle was frozen, and the bottle broke right in half. And it had a big display of Cokes there, about 20 across the bottom, and it had a kind of a pyramid effect went right up to one. And so I told the fellow, hey, this thing's frozen. And he said, 1 nickel, 1 Coke. So I put the Coke bottle together, and I said, I'll bet I take 20 right out the middle of that display. And he gave me another Coke. Well, I see where... and this is where I first learned the powers of the message center. We had a message center set up aboard ship, and all of a sudden, nobody used to like to be messengers. Everybody used to like to work at the desk, but all of a sudden, everybody and his brother wanted to be a messenger. When you become a messenger, you get to go up above, up into the general's quarters, and you had a red armband, and this armband said message center on it, and nobody dared to challenge you. And you could go almost anywhere you wanted. And I made several trips down through the galley, and I was learning fast that in this man's army, you have to watch out for your friends and yourself. And when I'd go down through the galley, I'd manage to bring something back for myself and my friends. As far as the chow goes, they had a very unfair system. The officers, well, of course, they were supposedly paying for their food. I don't know how it worked out on this ship, but anyway, they were eating pretty high off the hog, and we were getting stuff that was really bad. And like I say, they had lines there. You get in line. We used to have breakfast about 10 o'clock in the morning because three groups were eating ahead of us. There just wasn't room for everybody. But at any rate, while we were in this line one day for dinner, which was probably 3 o'clock o'clock in the afternoon, one of these dog robbers, let's call them dog robbers, they sort of mess boys for the officers, decided to take a shortcut and cut down through our line rather than go around. Well, he could have gone way around us, but he had to go out onto the deck and everything. So he come down through our line anyway, and he had a big tray. And he was carrying it up over his head, and he had about 12 pieces of pie on it. And I don't believe he went by 15 people, and there wasn't a piece of pie or a plate or anything left on that tray. He turned around, and nobody had him, and he never came back that way again. Through my first detail while we were on the Queen Elizabeth, and they brought me down to give me a gun, or I had my own sidearms, and they told me to buckle on my sidearm, come along with them, and they put me down by a cooler, a water cooler, and they said, well, there must have been hundreds of them throughout the ship, but they said you're only allowed one canteen of water a day per man, and anybody comes down here with more than one canteen or tries to fill up twice, don't let them. Oh, I said, all right. So I must have been on guard duty of that cooler there for about half an hour, and I said, well, I think I'll take a little drink myself. So I went over there, and the thing didn't work at all. We were in a convoy with about 6 or 7 other ships, and we had some destroyer escorts alongside, and probably 6, 7 destroyer escorts, and there were probably 5 or 6 other ships, troop transports alongside of us, and everybody kept saying, you know, we didn't have to worry about submarines because this Queen Elizabeth could outrun any submarine. Well, the problem was that we had to go as slow as the slowest ship in that convoy, and some of them were mighty slow. We hadn't been out more than 3 or 4 days when we got the order to break out the suntans. We were getting into a little better weather. We were leaving, I think it was the 1st of March we left, and it was pretty cold in the States, and it was pretty welcome change to bring out the suntans and get a little warmer. There wasn't an awful lot to do. There were card games and crap games all over the place, and nothing to read, and they did have some details that kept you kind of busy, and that helped a little bit. They used to zigzag every 5 minutes, and I reckon it was one of the best navigation schemes that I ever saw. We were supposed to refuel. We learned later we were supposed to refuel at the Marquesas Islands, which I think is probably halfway to Hawaii. And by gosh, with all this zigzagging, changing course every 5 minutes and everything, and you have radio silence once you leave the States. You can receive, but you can't send anything, even in code. They don't want to have your position pinpointed. And by golly, just at daybreak, we saw this tanker laying to there, and we pulled alongside, and they filled up the old Queen Elizabeth. It was a beautiful island. Marquesas Island looked pretty beautiful. It was the first land we'd seen in quite a few days, and they call them the Fearless 30, and I don't know how they picked me, but I was one of them anyway, and we were up on right up on the very top deck, and I don't know whether there was 30. It must have been more like 100 people up there. Anyway, they said they had us up there for anti-submarine patrol, or what do you call it? Anyway, they had some 37 millimeters chained down. They were supposed to be to shoot the submarines. You couldn't tip them very much, but you could shoot right out straight. At any rate, this is what they told us. When we got up there, they changed the story a little bit. They said, anybody goes over the side of the ship, swims for that island, shoot them. We had about 10,000 men aboard Queen Elizabeth, and you know, this poses a little bit of a problem. And you could take all the showers you wanted, and the only drawback was you took the shower in salt water. They had a special kind of soap that you could use, and it would make suds, but when you got out of the shower, you felt worse than when you went in. It would stick right to you, you know. And I guess probably got you clean, but I never felt so uncomfortable in all my life. As far as I know, we never did. We never were detected by submarines, although one evening just at dusk, this destroyer escort that was in the lead turned around and raced right down through the convoy and dumped some ash cans over the side, these depth charges over the side, and it was just getting dusk, and I can remember seeing the water spray up and everything where the depth charges went off, but whether or not they even was a submarine there or not, I don't know. But they hung around for a little while, and then we could see them full speed ahead, and they caught up with us. So I guess, I don't know, they might have been there, but we never knew. They gave us a short history of Australia. I guess we'd only been out a couple of days, and they told us where we were going. And they also brought out some coins and showed us the coins and the comparison to American dollars and Australian pounds. I think that, I'm not sure, I think the trip probably took between 10 and 12 days. We didn't stop anywhere else after we refueled at the Marquesas Islands, and finally we begin to see the shores of Australia. It was a welcome sight. And finally they become closer and closer, and we finally saw the Sydney Bridge, and we pulled into the harbor, and we could see the green grass and the parks and everything else, and the ship stopped out in the harbor, and they told us that the Queen Elizabeth was so big that it couldn't go under the bridge. I don't know if this was the case or not, but at any rate, we were to stay put out in the middle of this harbor, and another ship would come alongside, and we would get in this other ship, and well, more than one ship came anyway. They come alongside, and we happened to get into a Javanese boat, a boat from Java, crew of Javanese, and I'll tell you, this thing here, I don't know what they carried in this boat the last time, but well, it sort of looked like a cattle boat to me. But it was pretty disheartening. We could look out there and see that nice green grass and everything, and they loaded us into this cattle boat, and it was going to take us to Melbourne, which was about 3 days away. We would go through the Tasmanian Sea to get to Melbourne. Didn't have much choice. We got on board and carried all the junk with us. There were absolutely no, this boat wasn't made for troop transport. There was no place to eat, there was no place to sleep. The Tasmanian Sea is probably the roughest sea around, and a good share of them was seasick. The food was worse than there was on the Queen Elizabeth, and about the only thing that kept me going those 3 or 4 days was I had a whole pile of turnips on the fantail, and I was eating these turnips raw, and that's about the only thing that was keeping me going. That stuff they were handing out was pretty rough. Finally got to Melbourne Harbor, and this was it. We were going to get off this tub, and I was pretty happy about that. And while we were alongside the dock, one of these Australian trucks pulled up, and had looked like a big garbage pan and a garbage pail in the front bumper. And I thought it was a little unusual place to carry a garbage pail, but I was just kind of watching things there. And finally, somebody come out there, and they took the cover off the garbage pail. And I'll tell you,
flames come shooting out of the thing about 4 feet high, and I said, boy, they got some pretty potent garbage over here. Found out a little later that this was a charcoal burner, and they were using charcoal gas to run their trucks. The Australians made us very welcome. They were pretty happy to see us. Australia was in pretty rough shape there. The Japanese were in New Guinea and just a few hundred miles from, I don't know if it's that far even, probably 100 miles from the tip of Australia. And they were pretty happy to see us, and they fed us up fine, and they moved us to Seymour, a town named Seymour, population of about probably 300, and we moved in probably 3 regiments and all the special troops, probably come to 5,000 or 6,000 people into this little town. There wasn't many things to buy. They were pretty well rationed over there, but the people were extremely friendly, and I was so glad to get off that boat anyway. I was just beginning to enjoy things a little bit. This camp that we had in Seymour, we were camped right on the side of a hill, and had a mess hall down the foot of the hill, and had these ditches dug around the outside to keep the water out as much as you could. And you learn to adjust to things rather quickly. Here we were in tents, and for the first time for me anyway, and the water was all down. They had a washroom that was way down the foot of the hill, and you learned to take the helmet liner out of your helmet and use your helmet for a bucket. And it was kind of cold down there, and they had these little pyramidal stoves in the center of the tent, and once you got the thing going, it warmed the tent up pretty good. It wouldn't hold the fire too long, but it was pretty good. And well, it wasn't too long before we learned to take our canteen and lean it up against the stove, and had a aluminum canteen, and go down to breakfast, and when you come back, you'd have a nice red-hot canteen full of hot water for shaving, and you'd use your helmet for a bucket. And well, this worked out pretty good, except one day somebody forgot to unscrew the top on their canteen, and well, it got pretty hot in there, and this canteen began boiling inside and generated a little steam, and finally went right up through the top of the tent, blew the canteen all to smithereens, and went right up through the top of the tent. It wasn't long before we settled down into a routine, and this old Sergeant Mapes there, he went along with us. When we got over there, they weeded a lot of these old 41sters out. My God, half of them couldn't see, and half of them were lame, and they weeded them out and sent them back home. I don't know why they waited till they got them all the way over there, but at any rate, they did. Sent them all the way back home, and we began to get a few replacements. And old Mapes there, he was just about the same. Nobody paying too much attention to him, and I kind of felt sorry for him. So a few times I was talking with him, and we began, showing pictures of people back home and all that. And I was just feeling a little sorry for him, but he began to cash in on this a little bit, and he kept coming to our tent for details. So that's the only tent he'd come to. So finally, the boys in the tent said, "Hey, Stan, you got to talk to this Mapes. He's coming here all the time." So I didn't know how to go about it, but anyway, I went over to him and I said, "Now, Mapes, we're way over here, way away from home, and we're all by ourselves. But there's a certain amount of dignity that has to be kept, and we have a tent over there, and from here on in, when you come to our tent, I want you to knock." So next day he came over there, and of course there's not much of a place to knock on a tent, so he began scratching on the outside of the tent, and immediately everybody rolls out of their bed and hides behind the barracks bags, and Mapes comes in, looks around, not a soul in there. We were only about 60 miles from Melbourne, and everybody and his brother wanted to go to Melbourne. And why not? This was a city, a lot of fun there, and everybody wanted to go there. So when we'd go in, we'd ride in on the train usually, and everybody had a pass to ride in on the train, and everybody that was going AWOL, and there was plenty of them, had to get in there the best way they could. But when you come back, there'd be more people on the train than there was. I had several trains, but there'd be more people on than there was when they went in, because you didn't need a pass to get back. All you needed was a fare to get on the train. And if you didn't get on early, there was no place to sit down. They was sleeping in the luggage racks and everywhere they could. And I got on one night when I come back, and there wasn't any room at all. And they have kind of a funny arrangement there with the washrooms there. Have a room outside the washroom, and this was the only place there was to sit down. So I sat down with my back against the wall, and we probably had a few drinks anyway. I fell asleep, and I woke up, and there was an Australian stretched out on the floor next to me with handcuffs on. So I said, what are you doing here? And he said, I'm bloody prisoner. And I said, I can see that. What did you do? He said, I fed a bastard to the sharks. So I asked the guard with him, I said, did he? He said he sure did. He said he threw an officer overboard when they were coming through the Red Sea, coming back from the east. And I said, what do you think he's going to do, hang him? He said, no, I don't think so. He didn't seem too perturbed anyway. One weekend, Stromboni, Stromboni was quite a cat. He was in the signal company, Anthony Stromboni. He come from Boston, and the guy, he was a pretty good friend of mine. Actually, well, he was a bookie. That's what he was before he got in the Army, and we always got a big kick out of it, because on his service record, they asked him what he did, and he said he was an author. And I guess they put it down, and while he wasn't away, he wrote books. But at any rate, he was quite a cat, so he and I went to town one day, and, you know, they have plus the idea was to get some girls right off the bat, but they have in the evening, they have a blackout there like you wouldn't believe. You could bring your hand right up to your face, and you couldn't even see your hand. It was so dark. So what you do is, well, we picked up a couple of girls, and then you take them in for a cup of coffee and see what you got, and or something. So anyway, you know, we were about 20 years old, 21 years old, and we picked up these girls, and we took them in for something to eat, and geez, they were about 30 years old. When you're 21 years old, somebody's 30 is pretty ancient. So I got Stromboni to one side, and I said, hey, Tony, we got to dump these girls before somebody spots us. So he thought it was a pretty good idea, so we're trying every way we can to get rid of them, and but they weren't about to let us go. So finally, one of them said, why don't you guys come up to my house? My mother won't mind. And Stromboni, in all sincerity, said, Christ, your mother's still living? Well, anyway, I remember we finally got rid of them. We were outside of some kind of big department store there, and they like to smoke and chew gum. So we gave them some chewing gum, and we were smoking and chewing gum, and so finally, I'll tell you, it was pitch black. You couldn't see a thing. So finally, Stromboni and I stuck cigarettes on the chewing gum, and we stuck them on this window, a department store window about a man head high, and we kind of ducked around a corner, and we looked back, and those girls were still talking to those cigarettes. We had a division message center set up in Seymour, and like I say, we're about 60 miles from Melbourne, and we had a daily run where we'd send messengers into Melbourne. That was MacArthur's headquarters, and General MacArthur's headquarters. And these men, everybody wanted to go on this run, of course, because they left early in the morning, and they didn't come back till late in the evening, 5, 6 o'clock in the evening. And they got to spend the whole day in Melbourne. They take these messages in and then have to wait for the last run back. Take them about a little over an hour to get there. Well, they were carrying, sometimes they were carrying important messages, so they had sidearms on, 45s, and when they had a message center band on them, and but when they got to MacArthur's headquarters, they were supposed to turn their messages in, turn in their sidearms, and then they were free to do whatever they wanted to, and then on the way back they'd get their sidearms back and bring messages back with them. But, well, a couple of these guys, they used to like to walk around with, trying to feel important or something, walk around with these sidearms on and revolvers, and even though they had message center on, they didn't cut as much ice as they thought. So one day the MPs picked them up for walking around with sidearms on, and they screamed message center, which usually cuts a lot of ice. So the MP took them to the provost marshal, and the provost marshal called up, and I happened to be on the desk. As a matter of fact, I dispatched him that morning. And he said, we got 2 people down here. They claim they're messengers from your message center, and they're wearing sidearms. And I asked him who they were, and he told me who they were, and I said, I never heard of them. You better lock them up. They sound dangerous. So that was in the morning, and they locked them up, and around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I called up the MPs in Melbourne, and I said, somebody made a terrible mistake up here, and you got 2 of our men locked up there, and they got to come back with these messages. So they sprung them, and when they come back, they were a little bit upset, to say the least. Everybody would use every excuse they could to get to Melbourne, including me. And one day I kind of cut and dry, but I told the crew chief that I should go in with the messages to see what hardships they put up with, and he said, okay. This meant I could go to Melbourne for the day. So the word got out at any rate, and everybody, quite a few guys knew I was going to Melbourne. So we were getting paid then, but we were getting paid in Australian money, and a pound at that time was worth $3.32, I believe. And everybody wanted some booze when we went to Melbourne, so they'd all come around and they'd say, here's a pound, get me some booze, and I ended up with probably $400 American, and booze was real cheap over there. All kinds of liquor was cheap, and they'd always say, and bring back a bottle for Huntley and Mayo. They were always in the guardhouse under arrest, and somebody was always slipping a bottle into it. So anyway, I got to Melbourne, and I got the guys to everybody took off their sidearms this time, no any problem. And I got the guys to take me down to the spirit shop. They have a pub, and on the other side is the spirit shop where they sell spirits. And I always wanted to do it anyway. So anyway, I went into this place, and the guy said, can I help you? And I said, yeah. Give me the top row. And, he cleaned off all, I don't know what kind of booze it was, but he cleaned the whole top shelf off, and we filled up 2.5, well, they weren't full, but we had 2.5 mail bags of booze, and I had money left over. All the time we were in Seymour, they were giving us all kinds of training, military training. We were getting ready for combat, and everybody knew it, and by the same token, everybody was having a good time while they could. And this Australian beer was pretty strong stuff. You had to be a little careful of it. And we had one fellow in our company, his name was Bartoy. I can't remember what his first name was. They used to call him Boss Bartoy. And he was real quiet. Sometimes he wouldn't talk for a week, and a nice fellow, but kind of quiet. Well, any night, one night we were all had our fire going in the tent, and we were all sitting around there drinking beer, and Bartow come in, and he had, he was kind of a weird fellow, you know. He's kind of quiet fellow. You got to watch him, and he had a little bit to drink, and finally, when he says something, everybody pay attention, because he never said anything. Finally, he said, Enberg won't blow that bugle in the morning. Well, Enberg was our bugler, you know, and nice enough fella, but not too popular, because he blew the bugle. And when he said that, when he said Enberg wouldn't blow the bugle in the morning, everybody got concerned, and right off somebody said, you didn't kill him, did you? And he said, no, I chopped his bugle up. And by golly, we went out and looked. They had a big pile of wood out back where you get your own wood there. Had to chop it. And we looked, and sure enough, there was the bugle in about 6 pieces. And they had a big investigation, but nobody knew anything.
One weekend we were all going to Melbourne, and I rode in with this supply sergeant. I can't remember what his last name was. His first name was Harry, kind of a blonde fellow. And when we were sitting together on the train, and Harry had about one of the worst colds I ever saw in my life. But you know, when you got a pass, you go regardless. So we got about halfway to. He had laryngitis bad, and we got about halfway to Melbourne. And he could just about whisper. And by the time we got to Melbourne, he couldn't even talk. He couldn't say a word. So, well, I didn't know him too well, but I gotta stick with him because he can't talk, and you got to get a hotel room and everything. So I figured, well, he's not that bad a guy. I'll stay with him. So at any rate, we got a hotel room, and we get something to eat. And while we're getting something to eat there in this restaurant, we meet a couple girls there, and so we invite them over to have dinner with us. And Harry's smiling away all the time there, and that's about all he can do anyway. So I'll get a little. Well, I can see I'm stuck with him for the night, with Harry for the night, and he can't. What can he do? He can't do anything by himself. Anyway, finally, one of the girls said, "Your friend Harry doesn't talk too much." And I said, "Oh, he can't help it. He's deaf mute." And Harry got all excited and started pounding the table and everything else. And I don't think he ever really forgive me for that. When we were shipped overseas, they gave us an increase in pay. We were getting, instead of $21 a month, well, I guess there was a general increase anyway at that time, but overseas pay was about $55, $60 a month, which was considerable. It went a lot further than it did stateside, and you could get steak and eggs for, I think it was 1 and 6, probably about 50 cents. You get a big steak with 2 eggs on it, and we were living pretty high off the hog, and kind of enjoying things. Everything was pretty reasonable over there, and really began to enjoy things a little bit. They were really getting us in shape for combat about this time, and we had this Captain Burns. He is still a CO. He's the one that got me the trouble with the finance officer. Anyway, I don't really think he was too good a CO. He was drunk about half the time. Anyway, the signal officer come down and said, "Captain Burns, you're bound to have some bad ones in this outfit. I want you to round them all up and get all the bad ones, and we're going to ship them out." So, old Captain Burns there, he got the illiterates, the AWOL, drunks, and troublemakers, and he had a list of about 25, I guess, the world's worst. And he got back to the signal officer and said, "I've got a complete list here of the world's worst." And the signal officer said, "Well, we're going to ship them out, and we're going to ship you with them, and you're going to be starting a new company, and these are your first 25 men." A new officer, new commanding officer, couldn't find a better fellow in your life. He was an old, he's an infantry man, captain, and the first formation, he stood reveille and everything else. Captain Burns never got out there for reveille. He stood reveille with us, and I remember first formation, after roll call, he said, had us put at ease. And he said, now, gentlemen, and everybody turned around to see who he was talking to, but he was talking to us. We stayed in Seymour about 3 months, and then finally got the word that we were going to move out. We moved about 1,300 miles up the coast to Rockhampton, Queensland. And this move was really to have a great effect on my life. Rockhampton was right on the Tropic of Capricorn. On one side, they ran right through the town, the Tropic of Capricorn. One side was the tropics, the other side was the temperate zone. Life was a little different up, this was up in the north, and everything's a little bit different down there in Australia. In January it's hot in the north, and in June it's cool in the south, and well, it's cool all over in June, but cooler in the south. You're below the equator, and everything's reversed. At any rate, this was a whole new locale and a whole new vegetation and real tropics up there. We broke out the suntan clothes right away, and there was quite a difference between the north and the south. The people were more reserved up in the north. They were friendly, but it wasn't a wide open town that Melbourne was by a long shot. Signal Company was pretty fortunate. We moved right into the local fairgrounds in Rockhampton. This was just probably 10 blocks out of town. Our message center was set up in the town itself. We took over a big department store in there, and this was a pretty good setup. Everybody in the Signal Company, we were assigned to the horse stalls, and everybody had a stall of their own, and we sort of cleaned it out a little bit and put a new floor on there, and got telegraph guys to run some lights through there, and they even piped music in, and I'll tell you, we never really had it so good. We had most of the officers were living in town. We had a minimum amount of detail, and things were pretty good. I remember one day we were outside the stalls, and somebody spotted one of these koala bears up in a tree. These koala bears aren't very big. They only grow about 2 feet high, I guess, the most. And they sleep during the day. Well, this one was asleep up there, so we recognized it as a koala bear, and we wanted to get it as a pet. So one fellow said he'd go up the tree and shake him out of the tree, and we'd catch him in a blanket. So we spread a blanket out there, had a lot of guys holding it, and he got up there and he shook, and the bear was hanging right onto the branch, and had no desire to come down. So he asked us to give him a big long pole there, and he'd poke him out of there. So we give him a bamboo pole, and this GI was, he braced himself in the crotch of the tree there, and he poking this bear, and the bear took about as much of this as he wanted to, and he wrapped his arms right around that bamboo pole, and he slid down it, and all of a sudden this fellow had the bear right in his lap and didn't know what to do with him. Well, he kind of took him by surprise, and finally picked him up and threw him, and we caught him in the blanket, and we kept him for a couple of days, but the koala bear wouldn't eat, so we set him free. In Rockhampton, we had a message center set up right in the center of town, and this was pretty nice. Rockhampton was a town of probably 60,000, 70,000 people. The message center was in a department. We set them free. In Rockhampton, we had a message center set up right in the center of town, and this was pretty nice. Rockhampton was a town of probably 60,000, 70,000 people. The message center was in a department store, and we got a chance to look at all the pretty girls, and as they came to work or shopping or whatnot. I used to, things were pretty reasonable. You could get a good meal for 45, 50 cents, and then I used to go down to the barber shop, and my guy, you got a shave for 15 cents, you know, and never had it so good, really. I got to meet a few people up there, and I met this one girl. She worked in a shop there, and her name was Norma Coker, and she was a pretty girl, but she was only about 16 years old, I guess. I thought she was kind of young, and at any rate, she I guess she invited me up to her house, but I never really went there. But one day I was walking down from our horse stall there, coming into town. We were only a few blocks out of town, and I saw her at her house, this Norma, and she also had a sister there that she didn't tell me about, that was a little older and very pretty. And so anyway, I stopped in there and met her folks and her sister, and I really liked her sister. I guess the truth was known. I probably fell in love the first time I saw it. This Coca family was really something else. They, all the Australians were very friendly, but they were exceptional. I visited their house several times, and they were aware of the fact that a person really needed, after you've been in the military this long and so far away from home, you really needed a touch of home, and they certainly provided it, and I was forever grateful for this. In the meantime, Thelma and I were getting along pretty well, and at this time we were dating pretty steady, and things really looked pretty good. I had no desire to leave Australia, even though we had a war on, but of course I realized that it wouldn't be too long before we'd be moving out. The Army was giving us extensive training daily now on a stepped-up basis. We were taken to down to the ocean to what they call Terrible Point. That was the name of the place. Everybody promptly christened it Terrible Point, where they practiced amphibious landings, and they would tow us out in these collapsible boats, and then cut us free, and they had these. We had to row the thing back in there, and it was unbelievable. They only had boards for oars. They're kind of shaped a little bit like an oar, but that's all it was. And they had to kneel down on one knee, and no seats in this boat, and hold about 25, 30 people. Anyway, this was terrible. I don't think any landing had ever been made in this under these conditions, but we had to go through with it anyway. While we were in Rockhampton, I bought this cockatoo parrot, cockatoo from Thelma's neighbor. It's a pretty good talking bird, and this was an old bird, been around a while, but he used to screech at night like somebody getting murdered there, and I picked him up kind of reasonable. Cage and all, I think, was around $4 or $5. At any rate, the bird could talk, but he had an Australian accent, you know. He'd say, "Coffee wants a bit of bread," and things like that. And I brought him back, cage and all, big cage, and put him outside there, and it's a good thing he was an old bird and couldn't learn too readily, because if he ever learned what those guys were trying to teach him to say, it would have been something else. But I tell you, the bird had a sense of humor. One day, Chuck Fry, my buddy, and I were outside the tent in front of the cage, and
had a bench there about 8 feet long, and just a regular old bench, and we were both shaving, and we both straddled the end, facing each other, and had our helmets there full of water, and we're shaving with a little mirror, and you know, I really didn't think about it, but I finished before he did, and I got off the bench, and when I did, the bench went up in the air, and the water came down all over Chuck, you know. And this parrot really went into hysterics laughing, and Chuck was ready to strangle him. They took us out on an overnight maneuver, and I don't know why they drove and drove, and finally we ended up in this farmer's backyard, and they said this is where the message center is going to be, and so we piled out, and the truck had bowled over a few trees and everything, and the farmer's wife was pretty upset. She told us to get rolling and everything else, but well, we talked to her, and we finally got her quieted down, and told her maybe we'd buy some chickens from her or something later, and anyway, we got her all quieted down, and just about that time, Lieutenant Mays come in, and he said, what's the trouble? And we said, well, nothing, we have no trouble now, sir. She was upset, but we got her all quieted down, and everything's all squared away. And he said, I'll handle this. He was a 90-day wonder. He just spent 3 months in officer training school, and his new bar was pretty shiny, so he came up to the door, and we all followed him up, and he knocked on the door and said, ma'am, I am Lieutenant Mays. And she said, I don't give a damn if you're General MacArthur. Get those trucks out of here. Well, this tape's about done, so we'll have to start another one. Well, they did what they could to provide entertainment for us. Among one of the things Special Service did was to, they promoted some fights, some prize fights there. I had a ring set up in town in one of the recreation areas, and usually the card consisted of GIs fighting one another, you know, for some recognition, but they were good fights, and we enjoyed them, and we could bring our Australian friends with us, and it worked out pretty well, except kind of hard to get a good seat. There were about 800-900 people there at a whack, and pretty popular. So after a couple of nights of this, we, in the message center, thought it'd be, we got to do something about the seating situation. So we had some signs made, printed, that said reserved on them. And we put them right down on ringside. And I suppose everybody figured they were reserved for some high-ranking officer. Something. Nobody ever questioned them anyway. And we'd walk in, about 20 of us at a whack, and sit right down at ringside, and nobody seemed to say anything about it. It worked out pretty well. The weather was ideal. We could go down to Yeppoon or Emu Park, which was down to the ocean, only about 20 miles away, and things were going pretty good. And the only thing is, we knew that we were going to move out pretty soon, and lo and behold, one day the CO called 16 of us up and told them that we had been picked to be the forward echelon of the signal company to go to New Guinea. We were kind of expecting this, and so I really didn't know how I was going to tell this to Thelma. I really wanted to have her wait for me, but I didn't think I was in any position to even suggest this, because we were going into combat. Things were pretty uncertain. So I guess I told her that we would be moving out soon. And of course, you're not supposed to tell anybody anything anyway. And I don't know if I told them exactly where it was going. But at any rate, I told her we'd be moving out. In a couple of days,
they just picked us right out, put us in a truck, and sent us downtown. And we were to wait for a train. There were probably 3,000 moving out at that day, only 16 from the signal company, however. A couple of regiments, 162, 163, infantry, and anti-tank, and a few other special troops went along. Well, this is the way it is in service. They tell you to go and you go, and we're standing there waiting for the train, and lo and behold, who comes around the corner but Thelma's father, Arch, with Thelma in there. How in the world he knew where we were or when we were going, I'll never know. Here I am with a full field pack and a rifle, and waiting to get on that train, and when I spotted him, I ran over to the truck, and he let us be alone for a few minutes. And we said our goodbyes, and just about then it was time to board the train anyway. So I got on that train, and I'll tell you, I really. It really tore me up a little, and my buddies were real good. They just didn't pay much attention to me, and I'm sure a tear or two must have rolled down my cheek. The train finally got rolling, and we were going to Gladstone, which was about I guess 300 or 400 miles up the road. We got to Gladstone, we got aboard a ship, and on our way to New Guinea, and finally they stopped at Darwin, which is, at that time, that was the Never Land. You never went there unless you had to, and at any rate, they stopped there for the sole purpose of picking up some boxes. It happened to be Christmas Day, and they were pretty nice. They sort of give us a Christmas present. I forgot what was in there, a little candy and cigarettes and little personal items and like that. Anyway, we didn't stay there very long. We got underway. This was another Javanese ship, and this one was a real winner. That guy, they never, it was the ship from Java, and they never, these guys jumping all around like little monkeys there. They're pretty slight men, and gets you a little nervous there. And Christmas Eve, they told us we were going to have entertainment, and we went down in the hole. There was no place to sleep on this thing anyway. So we thought that pretty nice to have entertainment, so we went down in the hole, kind of smell down there. I don't know what they had in this ship before, but the guy gets up and he's dressed up in the Javanese there, and he's dressed up in American uniform there, officer's uniform. He gave a speech about 10 minutes long in Javanese, and nobody had been to Java recently, and nobody knew what he was saying, and then he ended up saying, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and that's the only English we understood. Then they got these old gongs out, and like a pile of bones there and everything else, and they're playing these things way into the middle of the night there, and oh boy, I'll tell you, that was some entertainment. I forgot just how long it was before we got to New Guinea, but New Guinea isn't too far from Australia at that particular point, and maybe a day or so. And anyway, we finally landed at Port Moresby, New Guinea, and this was a whole new thing. They got natives all over the place, and Port Moresby at that time, I don't believe there were 25 buildings there, and I believe 20 of them were Quonset huts, or corrugated metal huts anyway, and dirt roads, and it did have a little airstrip there, and So they give us an area to lay down in there, and we put a little pup tents up, and the idea was, I was very grateful. They're going to fly us over the Owen Stanley. I had no desire to walk over. It took about an hour and a half to fly over the Owen Stanley range, and it took about 6 weeks to walk over. And I was pretty grateful to the 32nd Division, who had walked over the month before and had established some kind of a base on the other side of the Owen Stanley. No water on this side of the Owen Stanley. They're short of water again, and they only give you one canteen, and that's to drink and wash up and everything else. And I'll tell you, you'll be surprised how far a canteen of water will go if you have to. Well, we hung around a couple, 2 or 3 days, and finally they shipped everybody but all the signalmen except Bill Kibble and myself over. And we were going to go the next day, and we had Bill Kibble and I drove the jeeps. We only had 2 jeeps in the whole 16 men, and he had a radio in his, and I just had a standard jeep in mine. And so they told us to come down early next morning, and they'd fly us over. So we got there. We came down, and had this C-47. Had kind of a ramp built up it, and you drive the jeep in as far as you can, then you got to get about 8 guys there to kind of jockey it around so you straighten it out and get room for the next one. And it only takes 2 jeeps and a few men, and they never even bothered putting the door back on this C-47, this transport plane. This kind of got my attention when you're trying to get up in the air there. You know, it's kind of drafty and everything, and you could look out the door, and it's quite a ways down there. And well, I guess those Owen Stanley are about 10, 12,000 feet high. I know. I was glad when we finally got over there, and when we came down, I thought my ears were going to break, but they dropped down pretty fast, and there was a little landing strip in this big field of, it was miles long. It was a big field of kunai grass. This kunai grass grows about 10 feet high, and somebody had hacked out a little strip there, and there was only room for 1 plane to land at a time, and finally it was our turn to go down, and they made a pretty good landing, a little bumpy, made a good landing, and finally came to a stop, and geez, I looked out the door. First thing I see is a GI there with his arm in a sling and bloody bandage on. I said, "Oh my God, he just got shot." But well, come to find out, the action was a few miles up the road, and he was just waiting for a lift back to the hospital. Well, we finally found out that we'd landed at Dabadura, and this is they had a little native village there, a few grass shacks, and they got some kind of a officer at where we landed, and so he told us to go to Dabadura and report into transportation there, and we did, and they sent Bill right away, and I was going to follow him with a jeep because there's not much of a road there. As a matter of fact, there's no road. It's just a little path, and I guess we were going to San Fernando Point is where they were fighting, and it must have been about 8 or 10 miles up there, and there's just one road, I hope. They just said, go follow that path and you'll get there, and so Bill took off, and I was just going to go, and finally somebody said, are you going to San Fernando? And I said, yep. And he said, will you take up this 37 millimeter cannon? They need it. And I said, well, yeah, I guess so. Hook it right on the trailer hitch there. So they hooked that thing on, and that was more trouble than it was worth. I started up this trail, and I said, hey, you know, this is all new. We're really in the jungle. I mean, this is a deep jungle, and pretty new to me, and I don't know. Well, I'm just going to follow the trail. I reckon I'll get there sooner or later. And a lot of places they had
they call it corduroy road, where they throw logs in and then throw logs on top of that. Logs going one way and then logs going the other and then logs going the other way, it's kind of wet in there. If you don't have those, you'll never get through. They don't have a bridge there, so. First, well, I'd gone about 2 or 3 miles, and I hit one of these bog places there, and that cannon got hooked up on the logs in the back. They got kind of like a plow that digs in on the back of that cannon, and it hooked the logs, and well, the old Jeep just buried itself right up to the axles, and I couldn't move. So, well, I'm all alone. I don't quite know what to do. But, so I got out, shut the Jeep off, and I got out, and I see I was hopelessly stuck. I'm not going to get out of there. So I heard somebody singing, and I could hear them singing, and somebody chopping wood. So I walked up to investigate this. And sure enough, there was an Australian with some natives there. These natives are kind of wild-looking buggers there. They call them fuzzy wuzzies. They were black, and they had a hairdo on top that went about 2 feet high and bushy and curvy. And well, anyway, I asked the Australian if he thought his boys could help me get out. I was stuck down there. So he talked some pidgin English to him. I was listening to that pretty careful, and anyway, he said, sure. So he brought down about 10 of them there, and I unhooked the cannon, and they gotten back to push me out there, and I thought I'd help them along a little, so I revved that old Jeep up, and when I did, I covered them from head to foot with mud, and they quit cold on me and hollering, and went up on the bank and sat down and were pretty angry, and finally the Australian told me, hey, you can do what you want, but don't get any mud in the hair. Don't get the hair dirty. I said, oh boy, now you tell me, you know. So, well, we talked a little bit, the Australian and I did, and he let him cool off for a while there. So then he told me what to say. So I went up to him in my first experience with pidgin English, and I said, who number 1 strong boy? And they all pounded themselves on the chest saying they were number 1 strong boy. So I said, come on down, we push, you know. So, well, I didn't spin the wheels this time, I just went easy, and they got me out of there, and well, they told me how valuable these people were and how you got to treat them. Well, we kept rolling along, and I'm all by myself, but I mean, the Jeep and I kept rolling along, and pretty soon I came to getting up towards the San Fernando Point, and I came to the reserves. They happened to be the 162 Infantry. They were held back in reserve about a mile back from where all the fighting was going on, and so the first outfit I saw there, I said, you know, this San Fernando Point? And the guy said, well, some officer there, and he said, well, you're pretty near there, you know, it's just up the road a little ways. And I said, I'm looking for the 41st Signal Detachment. He said, oh, they're up there somewhere. So I was just starting to leave, and I said, this guy was second lieutenant, and I said, hey, how'd you like to have a cannon? And he said, boy, he'd love to have one. So I said, well, it's yours, you take it. I didn't have any shells for it. I don't know if we ever did get any, but I was glad to get rid of it at any rate. So after I got rid of that, I felt a little better, and you know, it's just amazing how you manage to find anybody in this place. But about a half an hour later, by golly, I was joined up with my buddies from the signal company. I was real glad to
join up with my buddies there again. I can't remember all of them there. I know there's Bill Kibble and Joe Ertel and Jack Blair and I think there's a Coco there and well, I can't remember. Well, they had a few message center men and a few radio men and a few TNT men, telegraph and telephone, but communications were pretty much to the regimental level, and they really didn't need us. They didn't need division message center there. They were all right on the division, right on the regiment level. This was a little different. This deal here, people were getting shot and people were getting killed, and the excitement ran high, and we were fortunate. We were probably 100 yards from where all the fighting was taking place, and but steady stream of wounded going down, and you know, you realized that this was a little different than a war game. This was the real thing. I remember the first night that I pulled guard there, I was scared stiff. Well, we had like a little perimeter. We're all dug in holes there anyway. You had a hole in the ground, you lived in that. And especially during the night. And there was sort of a half circle there. And we had this Lieutenant Hellis that was in charge of us. And he said right off the bat, he kind of, well, I never did cotton to him too much, but anyway, he kind of a GI guy, but right off the bat he said, men from here on in call me Slim. Well, there was only one reason why he didn't want to call it Lieutenant. The Japanese could understand a little English and they'd knock him off first, so well, we called him Slim anyway. So the first night, full guard detail, they had another hole out in front of everybody, and that was between you and the Japanese, and you never changed guards. After the doc came, you got in that hole and you stayed there till daybreak, and the drivers there, Bill Kibble and I, they'd taken away our carbines and given us submachine guns. Two drivers. The drivers got submachine guns. Anyway, I got in this hole. It gets dark pretty quick there, and this Lieutenant Hellis, he was going to show us how brave he was, so he was out a little ahead of us. I didn't see the sense to it, but that's beside the point. Anyway, it got dark, and seemed like I had been there about 24 hours. I guess I'd been there about 3, and finally, it was so dark you couldn't see a hand in front of your face. It was just like pulling a curtain down there. Finally, I could hear something moving, and I couldn't see it, but I could hear it. It was coming closer, and I didn't know quite what to do, but I figured with a submachine gun, I'd wait till I got about 6 feet away, and there's no way I'm going to miss him. So I just sort of biding my time, and this thing was getting closer and closer, quite a little noise, and finally I heard somebody say, "Symonds." And I said, "What?" And he said, "This is Slim. I'm coming over." So he come crawling over, and he says, I got out of my hole. I had a bowel movement, he says, and I had to get out of my hole, and I heard you take that safety off the machine gun, so I thought I'd better talk to you. I said, "Sir, that safety hasn't been on the machine gun all night, and about one more step and you'd have had it." The living conditions there were just unbelievable. It rained every night. You could hear the rain coming, and about 7:30 you could set your watch on it. It was going to be pouring, and it poured all night long, and everybody's in these holes, and you're full of mud and rain, and
the only clothes you got is what you got in your. You got one change of clothes in your pack, and that's wet anyway. And we threw away the socks after the second day. No sense of wearing socks. Your feet are wet all the time, and just put the old shoes on. That's it. Just unbelievable, but you managed to cope with it. And I know that we've been there about. They were just trying to find out what to do with us. I guess I don't know. And we've been there about 3 days, and we've been eating these cold rations. And the firing was. They weren't firing quite so much up the line there a little bit. So we decided we'd build a fire and cook our rations, warm them up. I hadn't had a warm meal for quite a while. So we got some pieces of wood there and. Found some dry pieces, and they're all around this campfire trying to get the thing going, and finally got it going, and put some of this canned beef stew in a mess kit there, and trying to warm it up, and all of a sudden somebody lets go, some sniper up there let go with a shot, and come right down in the area we were where the fire was, hit the fire, and we scattered like rabbits. And I remember I jumped over this big log, and at the same time Blair jumped over with me, and we got down back at this big log, and Jack Blair said, "Hey, Si, we gotta be careful here. Somebody's gonna get hurt." A short time later, we heard the infantry moving over, and they cut loose with a BAR or something. Anyway, sure enough, we see this sniper come out of a tree, and he fell down about halfway, got hung up there, and well, it kind of taught us a lesson. You don't make a fire, you don't make smoke and attract attention, and you're better off eating your rations cold. I don't want to dwell too much on this combat. It isn't much fun to it. It's pretty gruesome, really, and but there were some things that we did that perhaps should be mentioned, and one of them was that they took Bill Kimball's Jeep and tore the radio out. He was a radio man. They tore the big radio out the back seat there, and they made Bill Kimball and myself medics. It seems that all the medics got shot. They had a detachment from 116 medics, and they also had some regimental medics, and nobody's supposed to shoot the medics, but nobody. Japanese weren't paying too much attention to international law. So we would go up to where all this fighting was taking place, and we'd snake some guys out of there that had been wounded. They had a sort of an aid station up there, and if they were at the aid station, it wasn't so bad, but if they were in the bushes, we had to get them out of cells in the jungle there. And the worst part of the whole thing was I didn't have the slightest idea what I was doing. The idea was to get them out of there, and they had sort of a field hospital about 500 yards down the road, and you really should take your hat off to these people. They were operating under adverse conditions. I mean, with Coleman lanterns at night, and the one that don't get blown up anyway, and putting a light on there. But they did a tremendous job. Like I say, I really didn't enjoy this too much, but I guess somebody had to do it. And we'd take a load of ammunition up and then bring wounded back. And then every second or third day, we would go to Papandetta, which was an airstrip, which was about, I don't know, it must have been 15 miles away, but it took you all day to get there. It took you over 7 hours to get there because there wasn't much of a road, and you got wounded people, and sometimes they'd hook a trailer on the back, and it hurt real bad. They laid down in the trailer, and if you only had an arm wound or something, you sat up in the Jeep, and I'll tell you, used to hear these fellas hollering, and my stomach would turn over, and a few times I'd toss my biscuits even. But, well, somebody had to do it. And one night, one of the trips I was making down there to Papandetta, I had two guys in the trailer and 2 or 3 in the Jeep. And one in the trailer hurt bad. And anyway, just getting dusk, and I getting to Papandetta. Papandetta had a better hospital there, and they had an airstrip, and they even had lights down there and everything. And they get these flash floods there. And, I was about a mile away from Papandetta. That's the best part of the road right there. And I coming down and had to go over one bridge to get to Papandetta. And just coming down this little hill, and I look down, and the bridge is completely covered with water. There's about 2 feet of water over the bridge. I'm not even sure there's a bridge there. It's just a native bridge they put in there with logs with vines, tied with vines and everything. So I stopped the Jeep, and I went down there with a big long pole, and I poked, and well, the bridge was still there. It felt kind of secure, but there's a lot of water running over the top of it. So I went back and I told the boys the situation. I said, no, this is the situation. That bridge has got 18 inches, 2 feet of water over it. Those lights over there are Papandetta. That means you're going to get a good hospital and probably a trip home. It's a flash flood here. Tomorrow morning that brook will be down, that river will be down. We can cross it safely. Well, it's up to you. I said, you take a boat, what you want to do. But I want you to understand, if anything happens and we go over that bridge, I'll be lucky if I can save one of you. So they all got in a huddle, just like a football huddle around the guys in the trailer there, and I let them go at it, and they talked a little while, and finally they come back, and they said, we all decided we want to go. So I said, okay. It's going to be a little rough. Everybody hang on tight. So I lined it up where I figured the bridge was. And I went as fast as I could right over. Went right over the thing and right out the other side. And everybody's pretty happy over the whole thing. This San Fernando Point was right in the Boona-Gona area, villages of Boona and Gona. And we got all our supplies from Davadura. And we began to experience a little trouble. Japanese were laying along the trail coming up there, and they were knocking off the natives. That we had these natives bringing up supplies. As a matter of fact, after we'd been there a few days, there wasn't anything getting through, and we were running pretty low on rations. So somebody said they're going to drop some stuff to us from the plane. So well, we could hardly wait for that. We're getting tired of what we were eating anyway. So sure enough, one morning this C-47 comes over. He's just about treetop high, and they got a guy up there, and they got the door open. They're not using parachutes or anything. They just throw this stuff out the door. And they had these big OD colored tins, about 3 feet square, 2 foot square, I guess. Anyway, they threw one right down there in our area, and this tin hit the ground, and it bounded up in the air about 15 feet and split the tin wide open. And well, we rushed over to get what was there, and geez, they had these they were biscuits, hardtacks they call them. They were regular, wrapped in a plain brown wrapper there, and you know, the tin that came down with was broken open and split open, and we opened these little papers that they came in, these wrappers they came in. By God, the biscuits weren't even cracked, and I'll tell you, we found out why later on. Geez, everybody was breaking their teeth on them, and you could put them in a cup of coffee for about 5 minutes, and they just about begin to soften up a little bit so you could eat them then. I guess they had all the vitamins you needed or something, because we lived down for 3 or 4 days till they got something else in there. Well, the infantry was doing a little better up there. You know, these Japanese were in pill boxes, and they were pretty well dug in. And when I go up there with a jeep with ammunition, you know, after 3 or 4 days, I could see where we'd moved a little bit. They had some Australians had some 25-pounders there, artillery, and they kind of leveled off about 15 acres of real estate there, and that's so you could see what was going on, and they began pushing them back a little bit. So, you know, a young fellow, you don't know anything anyway, and then we began looking for souvenirs. We figured, hey, we're in this thing, we're going to look around here. So old Bill Kibble and I went out, and we were kind of going through these pill boxes, and looking around to see what we could pick up, and it's kind of a gruesome thing to look back on it, but at that time didn't see so bad. But anyway, we moved out a little bit, and we went down a trail, and it's kind of a dumb thing to do, but anyway, we got away with it. And we stumbled onto this supply depot, a Japanese supply depot, and there was all kinds of supplies there, and there was a big box there about the size of a piano, and there was an axe there, so I grabbed the axe and I started chopping on that box, and my God, that whole box was unbelievable. That box was full of matches. Right, the matches come pouring out of there. You never see so many matches in your life. It must have been enough for about 10,000 men. Well, there was a lot of stuff there, and I found a brand new rangefinder. Well, it looked like a, you know, it was kind of dumb to be fooling around there because the stuff was booby trapped, but we got away with it. And I picked up this rangefinder, and it was brand new, and it was in a bag, sort of like a golf bag, about the size of a bag you carry your golf clubs in. And I brought it back, and gee, all covered with cosmoline and everything. Anyway, I got it all cleaned up, and well, I imagine it's a pretty expensive item. You look through, well, you sort of a periscope deal, and you look through this thing, and you look at an object a couple 100 yards away, and you see one clear one and one fuzzy one, and then you turn this dial till the two items come together, both clear, and then if you were, the trouble was the numbers were in Arabic. If it was in Arab, you could read how far it was. A pretty nice little item, and I figured I'd bring it home for a souvenir. Well, we were at this San Fernando Point for about 30 days, and I'll tell you, there's 1,000 stories, 1,000 things that took place, but I just will not go into them. It really doesn't make that much difference, and well, it was a long time ago. Anyway, finally, the 163 with the 162 infantry managed to. Well, they just pushed the Japanese right off the point up there, and we had accomplished our mission. I think it took maybe 30 days or thereabouts. Everybody was pretty exhausted over the whole thing. When we got there, they gave us 7 pills, quinine pills, and said to take one every day. So we did, faithfully. And when the 7 days were up, there just were no more. So, well, what could we do? We just went along with it. Anyway, I reckon 98% of the people there picked up malaria at this particular time. It takes a little while for it to materialize, I guess. Anyway, I wasn't feeling too good, but neither was anybody else. And finally, the time come to, they were going to pull us back to Dabadora. And Lieutenant, they sent Bill down the day before, Bill Kibble with his Jeep, and I was all set to go with mine the next day and take as many guys as I could with me. And then this Lieutenant Hellis tells me that he's going to stay there and he'll drive the Jeep down and we'll walk down. He'll come 2 or 3 days later. And, at the last minute he said, Symonds, if you want, I'll take that rangefinder down with me. I had to carry everything I owned on my back anyway, so I said, yeah, that's a good idea. I'll pick it up when you get down there, and we let it go at that. Anyway, we walked down, and that was one of the longest walks I ever took in my life. I didn't realize it at the time, but I had all the symptoms of malaria. And I remember we finally got down to Dower. It took us all day and then some, and I was really tuckered out. And I remember we pitched a little tent there, a little pup tent, and geez, everything I looked at was beginning to look blue, and I don't know, everything was getting screwed up. So I just taking it easy there. Finally, we hadn't been eating very well at all up there. Finally, this MP come over and he said, he points to me and another guy and he said, "You guys are on guard duty." So I said, "Hey, nothing doing, I'm sick, you know." And he said, "You're on guard duty and you're going to guard the general's kitchen whether you like it or not." Well, that changed the complexion a little bit. I may have been sick, but I was still hungry. Everybody else was too. So, this general, he had everything to eat over there. He had this fruit cocktail and canned meat and canned Spam and cookies and everything else. This stuff, we hadn't had much of this. So I went over there and I had the first one on in the evening there, and they had a little sort of a fly outside the cook tent there, and that's where the general ate. And well, as soon as everybody cleared out of there, I went in and made myself a nice meal, and I was sitting down at the table there, at the general's table, and heard a noise, and turned around, and my guy, a horse was coming in. Where the heck this horse come from, I don't know, but there was a big can had canned butter, and I was on the end of the table, and the horse started going for that butter, and I guess he could smell the salt in it or something. Anyway, well, I kind of watched things, and he went over and he started with a big gallon can, and the top was off from it, and he started polishing that off, so I just pushed it over to him, and I said, "Help yourself." And when my 2 or 3 hours of guard duty was up, I loaded up with all the cans I could fit under my jacket and went back to see my buddies. In a couple of days, this old malaria really hit me, and I'll tell you, this, I don't care how strong a person it is, it'll knock them down. You just ache in every bone, your teeth, your eyes, your hair, and even your toenails and fingernails ache. Everything aches, and yeah, you're gonna drop. So I had sort of a field hospital there. All it was a big tent, and you feel so miserable. All you want to do is lay down, and they did have some extra blankets in there. You get a chill, maybe 103, 104 fever, and so when you get one of these, they'll put some blankets on you, and about all you can do, and you're going to be sick, and you're going to be sick, real sick for a week, and then you're going to begin to feel better. There was nothing else that we could do. Anyway, after a week or so, I felt better, and I guess I stayed there another week, and I had a lot of company. There were, like I say, about 98% of the people were in one stage or another malaria. So I went back. By this time, the rest of the signal company had come up from New Guinea, and really had themselves, well, they had an area all cleaned out there, and looked pretty good in comparison to what we've been used to.
And oh, it was pretty nice to meet the rest of them, you know. And I was feeling a little better. And yeah, the place it's amazing. You know, you just get through with a battle, and 3 weeks later the place is a GI camp, you know, where you got observed military courtesy. All of a sudden we got to call this slim lieutenant again, and things changed quite a bit. They even, things quieted down one day. They had they used to, about every 6 months, or every 6 or 8 months, they used to call everybody up there, and they read the articles of war to you. There's about 700 of them, more or less, and the most boring thing you ever heard. And they had this Lieutenant Searcy. He was a nice guy, and he was reading the articles of war to us. And you know, they'd rumble on. They'd say Article number 72, and they'd be punishable by death. And when they say that, everybody'd wake up. Everybody's just about asleep. And when they say punishable by death, everybody wake up and say, "What'd he say? What'd he say?" You know. And well, this kept things interesting. And got out of this hospital and got back to my company. I went up to Lieutenant Hellis and said, asked him from a rangefinder, and he said that he had to turn it into ordnance. Well, I was a little upset with that, but what could I do? But when this Lieutenant Searcy was telling us about these articles of war, he come across one that said something about turning in confiscated material to the ordnance, and he said, if I had something I really wanted, I'd keep it. Wouldn't you, Symonds? So I said, sure. And he got wind of how upset I was over the whole thing. The whole camp knew about it anyway. And so when he got through with these articles of war, reading them, I went up and said, what were you talking about, sir? Were you talking about that rangefinder? And he said, yes. And I said, where is it? He said, it's in Lieutenant Hellis' tent. Oh, I said, get it. And he said, well, I can't get it. You know, fellow officer and all that. And I said, well, to myself, I certainly can't get it. And, well, so I let things stay as they were. I was upset over the whole thing, and this Lieutenant Searcy was a pretty nice fellow. Unfortunately, he went out with the next time we went into combat, he went out with a signal company with 186 Infantry, and Lieutenant Searcy got killed. I really enjoyed the natives around there. I really liked these people. They laughed and sang most of the time, and they'd sing these songs, and they start off with, you know, sort of, oh yeah, in the end they always end up with a oh whoop in the end. So sometimes if someone could speak a little English, and I'd ask them what kind of song is that, and they'd say, oh, love song, and with a oh whoop on the end. And then the next one they'd have a whoop on the end, and I'd ask them what that was, and that was a war song or a battle song, and all of them had that whoop on the end. So one time I had a detail working with me. I had them all singing like Cab Calloway. They pick it up pretty quick, and we was going with a hidey, hidey, hidey ho, and they picking this up pretty fast. And I sound pretty good having all these natives sing old Cab Calloway songs. But I liked them. They well, they really didn't have too much, and they enjoyed what little bit they could get. They're pretty hard to. Food was kind of hard to come by there. A lot of coconuts around there, that's about it. And I remember one day we piled up a pile of brush there, and a big rat ran out. They got rats over there, weigh about 8 pounds. And a little rat ran out there and ran another pile, and they went right after him, and they finally got hold of him and whacked him over the head with a stick, and then they hollered for their Mari, their wife, and built a little fire, and well, they held them over the fire. I guess most of the hair burned off. It got a little warm, and they ate them. Natives used to get paid
Well, they were working for the Australians. Well, they were working for us too, but I don't know whoever paid them. But when they worked for the Australians, they got paid, I don't know, 2 or 3 pounds a month and a twisted tobacco. Well, this twisted tobacco was something else. It looked to me like they had a whole stalk and everything else thrown in there. It was about 2 feet long and, you know, right off the plant, you know, and they call it a twist. Well, they only got one a month, and they found out that we had newspaper over there. Some guys, you know, had mail come and had newspapers, never throw them away anyway. So they bum a whole sheet of newspaper, and they'd roll it up there, and they'd make this cigar about 2 feet long, and it was about 2 or 3 inches in diameter, and they'd light her up, and the whole family come around, even the kids about 3 years old, have to hold that with both hands there, and they puff away on it, and well, they keep smoking until it went out, and that was it till next month. But then they used to they ate this betel nut. It made them kind of, I guess it was kind of a drug there. It made them kind of high, I guess. They act kind of crazy, and they take this and they ate lime with it. They're kind of limestone. They're kind of putting cement, you know, or plastic. But they had a little bamboo tube, and they'd get this limestone, and they'd heat it up, and then it would crumble up into a powder, kind of crumble it up into a powder, and they'd put it in this bamboo tube. Then they'd get this betel nut leaf. The betel nut was a plant over there, and they'd wet the leaf. They'd put the leaf in the mouth, and then stick it in this lime, and eat it. And geez, I wonder it didn't kill them. I'll tell you one thing, it turned the teeth red. They all had red teeth, and they were laughing their heads off, and I guess they were higher than a kite. I don't know. They had a Papuan infantry patrol, PIB they called it, and it was made up of Papuan natives from this particular section of New Guinea, and I'll tell you, they were all crack shots. They had rifles, and all they had on was these natives used to go around topless, all of them, you know. But they had these guys just had on sort of a breechcloth there. That was about it, and all except the sergeant. He had a shirt on, and he had stripes that went from. He had 3 stripes, and they went from his shoulder down to his wrist, and. You couldn't pry that shirt off from him if you tried, and no matter how hot it was. I see him one time drilling. I couldn't believe it, you know. Because they don't have any shoes. All they got on is this breechcloth with a belt, bayonet stuck in the belt, and this guy, this old sergeant was barking out commands to him, and I had about 30 or 40 of them there, and he brought them to attention, and boy, you could hear all these ankles snapping when he brought them up, when he clicked their ankles together. Geez, enough to, you know, I sure got your attention, I'll tell you that. Well, the combat was over for us for a while, and, you know, they're getting this camp into shape, and they were improving this airstrip. As a matter of fact, by the time we left there, they had steel mats down on the runway, and they could take off. They had all kinds of planes coming in there, and they could take off in all kinds of weather. And that airstrip was 7 miles long, and with all kinds of aircraft there. They were going up, hitting up further up the coast, and we were just sort of biding our time there. I'm not too happy in this jungle, but you got to make the best of it. And before we got all these planes there, it was pretty discouraging. They'd come over and bomb us anytime they wanted to, and there wasn't anything we could do about it. We had a pretty good system that I guess they were coming from Rabaul, which was probably 500-600 miles up the coast, and Japanese were coming from Rabaul, and we had spotters up there, and they gave us plenty of time. They said, you know, you got so many, they call them Betty bombers there. They got so many Bettys coming down, and they're heading your way, and they'll be there in about an hour or 2 hours. And you know, we had plenty of time. The only thing was, there wasn't much you could do about it. I remember one time they had Oro Bay. It was about 4 or 5 miles away from us, and yeah, this is where they brought all the supplies in there, and they had this poor engineers down there building a dock, and these bombers would come over during the day. They didn't care. They knew we couldn't do anything about it, and they'd send a plane over, and he'd see how they were doing, and just about the time they get ready to paint that dock, I tell you, they had a lot of nerve. They come over, and they have a few fighters there, and maybe 10 or 12, maybe 15 bombers, and they put on quite a show. The fighters would go in and out the planes, and they'd stand there watching them, and then one of them would streak out towards Oro Bay, and he knew there wasn't anything we could do about it. And by God, he'd make a big circle there with a smoke screen, and that was the target. And if you're underneath that smoke screen, you better get out of it. He'd make a big circle there, and the bombers come in and knock that dock right out, and they'd have to start all over again. This camp was, you know, a regular GI camp now, and everybody had a message center set up, and everybody was doing their thing, and the telephone and telegraph, they were stringing wire, and they used to have to carry this wire on a spool, a big reel there, and it's kind of hard. One day, a mule come walking to, I don't know where all these animals come from in the middle of the jungle. The Japanese must have had them. Anyway, this mule come walking into camp. It's kind of a small mule, but this TNT, telephone telegraph, they grab him right away, and so they got somebody to rig up some kind of a pack on his back there where they could put this reel of wire on there, and they figured, yeah, it worked pretty good, you know. They just let the wire lay on the ground, and they start off with the mule and the old reel spinning, and they're doing pretty good. So this is working out fine. A couple of days later, they started out with the mule, and they just got to the first little rise there, the first little hill, and that mule wouldn't go. So we could hear all this noise, so we went up there, and geez, they're pushing them and hitting them with sticks, and hey, they can't get this mule just wouldn't move an inch. No matter how, we got 4 guys pushing him, we just dig in there. So well, they're getting pretty discouraged. So somebody said, go get B-Craft. B-Craft knows all about mules. All this B-Craft, he was from, I don't know, down there in Kentucky or somewhere, a big old lanky hillbilly, looked like little Abner, and he never smoked, drank or anything, but he had an inexhaustible supply of chewing tobacco. He used to chew tobacco all the time, and he's a pretty nice guy, but a kind of old loner there. So somebody went down and they got B-Craft and said, we got a problem up here. So the old B-Craft went up there, he's chewing that tobacco like it's going out of style, and he said, what's the matter? So they said, the mule won't move. No, old B-Craft goes right up there, and he opens that mule's eye up with both hands, and he spit about a quart of tobacco juice right in that mule's eye, and the mule started right off. And he's shaking his head, but never had any more trouble with him. I had some good buddies there. It was Joe Florentino and Charlie Fry and Jack Blair and a fellow named Roosevelt, and they're all pretty nice fellows. There's Jack Blair, he's the one that was up to San Fernando. He was a nut. And, in fact, he used to have, he had a sort of a machete that they issued you, and he had a machete and a knife and 2 or 3 other knives hanging from his belt. He was a nut on these knives, and he had a regular arsenal there hanging on his cartridge belt all the time. So, well, these Japanese swords that were worth $500-600. They had jewels in them and everything. And so old Jack Blair came down to me one day and he says, "Hey, Si, what do you say? You want a Japanese sword?" So I said, "Sure." Well, we're going to get one. He said, "I know where we can get one. All we need is shovels." And I said, what do we need these shovels for? Well, he said, I found a Japanese cemetery, and they bury the officers with their swords. And I said, no, Jack, you get another fella. My kind of luck. I don't want to dig them up anyway. My kind of luck, I can't read that Japanese, and I'd dig up a private in the first place. Had the natives build us a mess hall. I'll tell you, it really was a work of art. It used to rain all the time in this particular part. Rain come right through the tents. It rained so hard. And anyway, I don't know how they get them, but anyway, they were a regular crew there. They built us a mess hall. It must have been 100 feet long and 20 feet wide. Had to take care of a couple hundred men at a time, and they brought a crew in there, and they built this mess hall out of it's a grass shack thing, and they never had a rule. And they had some people that were framers. They'd frame this thing up. They put 2 doors, one in each end, and they were dead center. The thing had beautiful lines. They put the rafters on and never used a nail in the whole thing. Everything was put on with sticks and vines, and tied these vines. And the thing was beautiful. And the roof came down about 3 feet from the ground, and the ends were patched up, just this doorway. And we must have stayed there, I don't know how long, probably 4 or 5 months. And although the officers were pretty good as a whole, we always had this fine line between the officers. They did get a few things a little better than we did, and there was always this line distinction, you know. And they, in their tents, they had electric lights. They had a generator over there, and they had electric lights, and we had candles in our tent, and we tried to get even with them. When they'd have one of these air raids, everybody responded pretty quickly. You know, they'd say lights out. When they blew that whistle, that was it. Yeah. So when they'd blow that whistle, we'd just pick up a shoe or something and throw it at that candle, and our light was out. And the officers had to get up out of bed and turn their light out. And just as soon as you'd hear a shoe thump and the candle go, and you'd hear all over the area hollering at the officers' area, put that light out before I shoot it out.
Well, we'd been in New Guinea for several months at this stage, and things were getting to be a GI camp, and the word getting around that they're going to pull us out, send us back to Australia for rest and recuperation. We had a great percentage of the people there had malaria, and we did suffer quite a few casualties in the division, and it was time to regroup. And we had this radio we used to have on every night, and they had this Tokyo Rose. There was somebody, some propaganda person in Japan, and where they're getting all their information from, I don't know, but they were pretty accurate, and they'd tell us just about what we were doing, and we knew they were pretty accurate. And the only thing they ever did right in the Army this time, they said that the people who went up first in New Guinea were going to be the people that went back first, and that meant the 15 other signalmen and myself and 163 and all the attached troops were going back first. This was great news. Had put a little damper on it, though. We were supposed to leave. They told us we were going to leave from Cape Endidare, and we'd going back to Australia. And by golly, if that Tokyo Rose don't tell us one night that we were going back to Australia, and we were going to leave from Cape Endidare, and they'd be right outside there waiting for us. Finally, the day came, and they told us to pack up and get ready to move out. We're going back to Australia. They didn't tell us where we were going. We didn't care as long as we got out of that jungle. And we did go to Cape Endidare, and everybody holding their breath there. But after we got one day away from New Guinea, we figured we were pretty safe. And I forgot just where we did land, probably Gladstone or somewhere in Australia. And by then, lo and behold, we found out that we were going right back to Rockhampton. And I'll tell you, my spirits were high. I could hardly wait to get back and see Thelma and her folks. And things seemed to be going just perfect for a while there. We did finally get to Rockhampton by convoy, and I knew it was. They told us the day before that we were going to get there early in the day, and they'd give us a pass. We didn't get there till it was night when we actually got to Rockhampton. I can remember going through the streets, and the people were out to greet us, and we were pretty happy to be back. The next day, they said they're going to give us a pass at noontime. And noontime came, and they said, we're going to give you a pass at 3 o'clock. And 3 o'clock came, and they said, we're going to give you a pass tomorrow morning. That did it with me. I'd had it, and I took off. And I wanted to go in and see Thelma and her family. And so another fellow and I, well, a good share of them took off, and we didn't really care. And it was a real joy and a real reunion, and you know, it was just so good to be back in civilization. And well, we had to think about getting back to camp, so about 10 o'clock. I had made arrangements with this other guy. I forgot who he was now, somebody from our company. So we got a bus, and we were going back to camp, and geez, you know, we were about 10 miles out of town. We got out there, and we weren't too sure where the camp was. There was 3 or 4 camps out there, and we weren't sure which one it was. So, well, we decided we'd get off at where we thought we were. Anyway, we got off that bus, and we were in the wrong camp. We were about 2 miles away, and from where we were supposed to be, we went to the other camp. They told us where the signal company was. So we got no choice but to walk. And I guess it was after midnight before we got in, and they'd had a bed check that night, and I wasn't there. And next morning, the MPs came and arrested me, and took my gun away, and well, I wasn't too surprised. So anyway, the CO said, you know, asked us where we'd been, and so we told him we'd been to a ball game, the next company down. And he says at midnight, and he said, well, we stayed there a little longer than we should, and we couldn't find our way back. I don't think he believed this, but I don't think he was really trying to find the truth either. So the next day, the ordnance come over, and they said I had to pay, I don't know, it was $125 or something for my machine gun. They couldn't take the gun apart. It was rusted. And I said, well, just what do you expect? You know, we've been in New Guinea, and the first place, you're supposed to take it apart with a coin. I hadn't even been paid for about 3 months. So, well, I never did pay for it, and they finally got it apart. And the CO was pretty good. He said he'd give us company punishment. He had to do something, because we did actually go AWOL, and even it was for a few hours. And so he gave us company punishment, and he put us over in charge of the new signal camp. This was an ideal situation. There were only 2 of us there, and we were just supposed to guard the place, and they brought us rations over, and we cooked our own stuff, and we were our own bosses, and one guy was gone half the time, and I was gone the other half. Things were going pretty good again, and it was just so great to be back with Thelma and her folks, and in civilization in general. And we had about a month of this garden, this camp, and that was one of the best deals I ever had in my life. And finally, about a month later, the rest of the signal company came back. Nice to see them all, but they kind of took care of my garden, the camp detail, and we became GI company again, and details and whatnot. Didn't mind it one bit. We enjoyed it. The only thing was that I began to get this malaria again, and this was, well, they had a hospital and everything there, and nurses and everything else. And anyway, I come down with malaria, and I had to go to that camp, and Thelma and her father rode out on bicycles to see me, and boy, of all the days for them to come out, they came just when I had one of these chills, and I think I scared the daylights out of them. I'd been through enough of these so that I knew that I'd be all right in a few days, but they happened to come out just when I was at my worst, and I think I scared the daylights out of them, but in a couple of days I felt better. So, yeah, in 2 or 3 weeks they send you back to your company and you're all right. But, well, outside of the malaria, oh boy, we're really enjoying this. Didn't know what the future really held for us, but we were enjoying this while we had it. In spite of the fact that we were having good food, and we were back in civilization and with our friends, as I look back on it now, I can see that, well, there was just something missing. We just had to, we had actually been through quite an experience in New Guinea, and probably weren't aware of it at the time, but it was just absolutely essential that, if it were possible at all, to get away from this military for a while. So they began issuing furloughs. This is the only furlough I ever had in my whole Army career, and they were sending away a few at a time, and so Chuck Fry and Spike Hanlon and myself had a chance to go on a furlough, and well, I just knew that I had to do this, and we really had to unwind, and so we could only go, I guess it was a couple 100 miles away from the Army base, but we went as far away as they'd let us go, and we went to a sleepy little town, and there were very few GIs in there, and we really had a ball there, I'll tell you. We stayed in this hotel, and we went to Bundaberg, a town in the name of Bundaberg, and we just did anything we felt like doing. We had plenty to drink, probably drank more in that week than I ever drank in my life, and it was just so important to forget everything for a little while, and we did, and old Chuck and I had some good times there. We went to the races, they had races there, and horse races, and we went there one day and brought a whole suitcase full of booze, and my God, I never did see the races, but we had a good time. What? One night we were coming back, we'd been out, and Chuck and I, it was dark when we were coming back, and both of us had quite a little to drink, and we come back to the hotel, and we couldn't find the door, and so we were sort of going along the building, and they had this Rotary International there had their meeting, and they had these big windows in there. They don't have any screens in the place, and so well, we were going by this window, and I guess the meeting had ended, and these fellas, Rotary fellas, said, "Come on in, Yank. Come on in here." So I said, "Chuck, what do you say?" He said, "Sure." So we didn't know where the door was, so we
seemed to be the logical thing to do at the time, to jump right through the window. The window wasn't very high, so old Chuck backs up and dives right through the window, and I back up and I dive right through the window. I landed on top of Chuck and on the floor, and geez, I look up and I got this big frog sitting on a table up there, and around the Rotary guys, and this frog is he's got a cigarette in his mouth. Geez, I don't know. I said, by God, I think I got the DTs or something. So I said, Chuck, you see a frog up there on that table smoking? And Chuck said, yeah. So I figured both of us thought it was all right. Come to find out, they just fooling around with this frog, and they found this frog somewhere, and they just put a cigarette in his mouth. We spent 5 or 6 days there, and well, we were running out of money anyway, and furlough was about up, so we finally headed back to camp, and we got this out of our system and kind of settled down and ready to go back to work. And it's amazing how you're able to adjust to all these things, but we did. And the only bad feature was that, well, like I say, we had quite a bit to drink there. This drinking brings out this malaria, and geez, I ended up with this malaria again. And well, you got to kind of face reality that there's a few things you're going to have to watch during your life, and one of them is while this malaria's in my system, I got to go to straight and narrow. So at this time they had they were getting all set up. They had this malaria camp, a regular camp, and you went there for 3 weeks. First week, well, you're pretty sick. You didn't do much, and this was after you got out of the hospital, so you're still pretty weak. So you didn't do very much, and the second week they begin to work you a little bit, and the third week they really poured it to you. And geez, I even had a 30-mile hike there, and I went through this whole thing the first time, and you know, they declared you cured of malaria, which was ridiculous. When you went through the third week, they said you're cured, and that wasn't the case. But well, it kind of new to them too, I guess. So it seemed like about every 2 months this malaria kind of went in a cycle, and this is the way it was. I wasn't alone. There were thousands of them in the same boat, and so you kind of well, you kind of accepted this, and this is the way it was. Well, I can see we're getting towards the end of this tape. 2 months after they said I was cured of malaria, I found myself back in this malaria camp again, and well, you know, you got to go through with this, but the whole thing seemed like nonsense to me. They had moved this camp down to Yeppoon. It was down by the ocean. Actually, it was a nice spot. Well, the first week or so isn't going to make much difference anyway, because you don't feel so hot. But after that, you know, you begin to work on these details, and Stromboni, the Boston bookie, and I went in to this camp together, and well, we said we'll put up with it, but we're really not going to do any more than, we just been through this once, and you know, a lot of nonsense. So we said we'll put up with it, but we're not going to do any more than we have to. I remember they had we never had any of our own officers. Even the officers there had malaria, and you know, they you never knew any of them, and you're only going to be there 6 weeks anyway, and some of these guys were nuts. We had one fella there. He was a southern guy, a guy from down south, and hard to understand in the first place. And he used to greet us every morning when we get into the second or third week, when they were really working us, you know. And he'd say, "Men, I'm going to walk your ass off.
So when you get through, everybody he say walk or work, and we'd say, well, it really don't make any difference. We're going to do both. We finally got into the third week in this camp, which was Hell Week, and they got this 30-mile hike, and Stromboni and I decided we weren't going to. We'd both walked it once before. We proved we could walk it, and 2 months later, you got malaria again. So we said we're not going to walk this, but we got to figure out how to get out of it. So they were going to walk us at night, and we were going to walk back to another camp, and they walk in. They start in the late afternoon so that it's not quite so hot, and we decided that, you'd walk about half an hour and then take a break. So we decided when it comes to the first break, that's it. We're not going any further. So we went along with it, and they come to the break. They said, take a break, smoke if you got them, and all that. So we just crawled back in the bushes there, and when they blew the whistle, everybody get up and get going again. We just stayed there. And we waited till everybody got out of sight, and I started to get back in the road, and I saw somebody moving down there, and I said, hey, Stromboni, somebody's down there. So kind of a game going on. This guy ducking back. I don't know who he is, and he don't know who I am. Well, finally I said, I might as well step out. So he stepped out, another GI, and a couple other GIs down there. They had the same idea we did. So they went their way, and we went out. We went back. We walked back to Yeppoon, and they're going to be all night marching there, and so we thought that the least we could do, they always had some cadre back in the camp there that they're going to go to. We figured the least we could do would be there to welcome them when they got back. So I talked to the GI. They had a command car, and he said he was going back to this camp where this march was going to end. And so I said, how about a ride? He said, sure, we're leave in about an hour. So Stromboni and I were there, and we sat in the front seat of this command car with him, and oh boy, 2 officers got in the back, and I just got one glimpse of one of them, and he was my CO, and well, the big turnover of people there, and he didn't recognize me, and I held my breath all the way back, and we finally got back to camp, and they went their way, we went ours, and from early morning, this group was marching in, and we went down there and applauded them as they came in, and thought we did our part anyway. This malaria was kind of new to everybody, including people that are trying to cure us of it, and I'll tell you, they really did some dumb things. Before we went on that, before they had that march there, that last week, they used to march us, they had some salt flats out there, and they were going to prove that we could take this, and hey, some of these guys are still sick, and so they'd get us out on these salt flats to march, hours there, and they were big long flats there as far as you could see, and they'd start us across there, and they got an ambulance going along the back of us picking up the guys that are dropping, and this is sheer nonsense, and finally you'd hear somebody, the officers don't know what they're doing, and you'd hear somebody in the rear of the ranks holler out, let's get those men out of the hot sun, and the guys are probably a private hollering that out, but the officers didn't know who said it, and finally they'd say, all right, men, let's go over in that shade and sit down a while. Well, we finally got transferred back to my company, and things are going kind of normal again, and we're operating as a division message center, and we're also beginning to take up more amphibious training, and well, I figured that probably it wouldn't affect me. I kept getting this malaria. I said nobody in their right mind going to send me back up there, but we didn't know.
by this time, my relationship with Thelma had grown very serious, and well, it just seemed that it was a natural thing to do to just spend the rest of my life with Thelma at my side, and it just seemed natural. So, in spite of all the odds of war going on and whatnot, I asked Thelma if she'd marry me, and she said she would, and I was thrilled over the whole thing. And then I had to ask her parents, and I know this must have been a hard decision for her folks to make, but they agreed anyway, and well, we're all set. The only thing I wasn't aware of is that I had to propose to the whole United States Army and get all this kind of permission and red tape like you'd never believe. Well, things just seem to go along, and they begin to work out. We had decided to get married on New Year's Day, January 1st, 1944. And, like I say, I had all this red tape and everything to go through, and I'm going to have Joe Florentino, one of my good buddies, for my best man, and, you know, we begin to make all these arrangements, and time's getting near, and Joe got a chance to go on a furlough, so I said, Joe, you know, go. You don't pass this up. You'll never get another chance. So he was all apologetic, but anyway, he went. So we decided to get Thelma's neighbor, Tommy McLaughlin, for the best man, and I guess it's Tommy McKellen. I guess that's his name. Anyway, I knew the guy pretty well, but he was an Australian, and well, I said let's do this, and he was in the AIF, the militia there, the Australian militia, which is well, equivalent to National Guard or something. Anyway, it's not the Imperial Forces, but anyway, he was based around Rockhampton, so. The time was drawing near, and I figured I'd better. He didn't know whether he'd get the time off, so I said, "Don't worry, I'll see about this." So I went to. These Australians are pretty lax. Australian soldiers are pretty lax on this military courtesy and everything. They're not real. They don't practice that military courtesy too much. Anyway, I went up to where his Tommy's CO was, and. Well, I figured I better get things off on a good start, so I walked in and I threw the guy a salute and told him who I was. I don't think this officer had been saluted in the last 5 years, and I told him what I wanted, and boy, he couldn't do enough for me. He sent a vehicle out to bring Tom back, and geez, he ended up getting more time off than I did. Day of our wedding grew nearer. I become busy and running around doing all kinds of errands. Thank God, Thelma's parents took care of all the details. They had arranged to have a reception over to the neighbor's house, the best man's house, and that was nice of them. And they took care of all the details, and you know, it's hard to believe now, but they did this under great duress because the Australians are rationed so over there. Our officers, my officers, gave me a whole burlap bag full of liquid refreshments for the reception, so that was taken care of. And well, this was a big step, you know, and I began to get nervous as a cat, but this is what I wanted, and so finally. The great day arrived, and I'll tell you, I was a little nervous, but Thelma looked beautiful, and well, we completed the ceremony, and
a good share of my buddies were there, and a good share of Thelma's friends. The church was pretty well packed, and well, it was just a beautiful day. Well, we went on a short honeymoon, and came back a few days later, and all of a sudden it dawned on me, my God, we're married people. I have responsibilities like I never had before, but well, with God's help, we'll manage, and well, here it is 37 years later, and I guess we've managed. At this time, the Army had begun to step up our training, especially we were practicing amphibious landings, and well, you know, we were in the Army, and that's what we were there for. I figured that, well, they might not send me because the number of times I had malaria, but after all, I was in the Army, and this is a possibility that they might send us anyway. We were really going at this amphibious training in a big way, and that only meant one thing: more landings. The war news at this particular time was beginning to turn in our favor, but things were going rather slowly. Well, sure enough, we're getting the word to move out again, and we begin packing up, and there's no doubt about it, we're going back up into New Guinea or the East Indies or somewhere up there. At any rate, we're getting ready to go. Just about the time we're ready to go, I come down with malaria again, and well, I'll tell you the honest truth, I'm not too happy about going back into that jungle again, but my buddies are all going. I feel that I'm sort of letting them down, but there's no way that I can go when I got this malaria. So they send us down to Yeppoon again. They had a permanent camp down there then, and after a couple of weeks I began to feel better, and it was just, this is quite a ways from Rockhampton, so Thelma used to commute, and we rented an apartment down there, and this was fine. She'd come in about 5 o'clock at night, and I'd leave camp, and I'd have to get up about 4 o'clock in the morning and run all the way back to camp, and it was pretty exciting. I can remember running through every time I run through there's woods down there. When I'd run through there, I'd see a couple kangaroos along the way, but they wouldn't bother me, and I wouldn't bother them. After about, well, 3 weeks in this camp, I figured I had it made. You know, they wouldn't send me back, but then all of a sudden they decide to move this malaria camp to New Guinea. This is sheer nonsense. And we get the word that in a short time we're going to be moving up to New Guinea, and they're going to establish a camp up there. I can't believe this, but this is the way it was. And well, I had to break the news to Thelma, and if you think it was hard leaving the first time, this was a real difficult time in our lives, and but this is the way it is, and sure enough, they bundled me on a train, and I was on my way. We finally arrived in New Guinea the second time, and you know, this is a ridiculous thing. This is where I got malaria in the first place, and they're going to have a camp up there. And as far as I'm concerned, if I'm going to be in New Guinea, I'm going to get back with my outfit. They're about 500 miles up the coast, and so. Well, everybody felt the same way. I wasn't alone. There were a couple of thousand of us at this whack and at this stage, and everybody figured, hey, if we're in New Guinea, let's get back with the outfit. You know, it's better to be with your friends. So, well, after we had several disagreements there with the people in at this camp, and well, kind of staged a demonstration there, and finally they were glad to get rid of us. They got a boat, and and sent us on our way. And well, we were happy. We were happy to get back with our outfit. If we're going to be in New Guinea, we might as well be back with our outfit. I caught up with my outfit in Biak, which is just off the coast of New Guinea. It's Dutch East Indies, well, I just missed the landing. There was still a little fighting going on there, but by the time I got there, things had quieted down a little bit. And like I say, as long as I'm in New Guinea, I want to be with my outfit. Moved right in with my buddies Chuck Fry and Spike Hanlon and Joe Florentino and Roosevelt. I don't know whether they knew I was coming or what, but at any rate, there was a place for me when I got there in the tent, and well, it was good. Things were comparatively quiet, especially in our immediate area. Natives began trickling in there, and they were just about the same. They were this was Dutch New Guinea, but they were just about the same as natives down in New Guinea proper. And they spoke practically the same language. We begin to be able to talk a little bit of this now. And one day, one of them came through, older native with a couple of young people with him, younger men with him, and he had a puppy. And geez, I don't know where he got this puppy from, but oh boy, we wanted that puppy in the worst way. But you couldn't just take anything away from these people. You had to respect them, and you had to bargain with them. That was the law. So we began to you offer them cigarettes, and you know, you point to the puppy and a couple of packs of cigarettes, and well, it wasn't cutting any ice with him. He just keeps shaking his head no and no, and pretty soon we even brought out a mattress cover, which was worth its weight in gold, because there's a lot of cloth in this, and some of the wives wanted it. And when we offered him the mattress cover, and he still said no, you know, we got a little angry with him, but he wouldn't back off at all. So about then we spotted another guy coming by, and somebody said they recognized him. He could speak English, so we got him over there. And we said, well, what's the matter? What's the matter with this fellow? You don't want to trade? And so he talked to the guy that had the puppy, and he said he can't trade. You've got to bring it back to the chief, Chief Kai Kai, the puppy. And we said, no Kai Kai. Oh yes, #1 Kai Kai. You know? Kai Kai meant you were going to eat him, and we told him no good. But he said puppy #1 Kai Kai, and well, I guess they had him. We didn't get him anyway. The natives used to dress just about the same as the other ones did down in New Guinea. They all going along topless, and all this didn't bother us much. But it was kind of funny. I suppose one reason they didn't wear many clothes is because they didn't have them, because anything they could pick up they put on. And geez, I see one guy there. He got his wife must have wanted some clothes, so he had a U.S. mail bag there. He stole the bag somewhere, and he cut 2 holes in the bottom for the legs and 2 in the top for her arms to come out, and then he pulled that string right around her neck, and I tell you, quite a sight. See her walking down the road with U.S. mail all over her back. The natives were as friendly, just about as friendly here as they were in the other places, and you know, we needed them and we treated them well, but that didn't mean we couldn't talk with them and trade with them and whatnot. And they were quite they had a shop trader there. He came around trading these shells, and cat's eye shells they call them. They're pretty little shells, seashell. And this guy was easy to recognize because he had what the heck he ever got this sweater? I don't know, but it was one of these. Geez, a kind of a sweater you'd wear in the middle of winter, with a turtleneck sweater on, an orange color, and I don't know where he ever got this sweater, but you couldn't pry it off from him. But he'd come around trading these shells, and he came in one day, and he had this canteen pouch full, and he said he wanted two guilders. We were getting paid in Dutch money there, and that would amount to about $1. So I told him, no, that's too much money. So I told him 1 guilder, and you know, you can carry on quite a conversation, sign language, and so he's holding out for 2, and I'm holding out for 1, and so I told him, no way, no, we're not gonna buy anything for 2 guilders. So he left, and he came back about a half an hour later, and he come in and he said, put up 1 finger. So I said, 1 guilder. And he shook his head yes, and he poured the shells out on the bed, and I gave him a guilder, and he took off. And a little while later, Chuck come in, and I was telling him about it. I said, you know, you got to bargain with these guys. You know, you don't take the first price they got. And this guy selling the shells, and I finally got him for a guilder. And Chuck said, I wasn't that guy with the orange turtleneck sweater, was it? And I said, yeah. And he said, well, I was over in the motor pool, and he sold me half that canteen pouch for 1 guilder, and he sold you the other half for the other one. Time of the year that this took place in Biak, you know, was in, well, probably October, November, and it was hotter than could be over there. I remember we were there at Christmas, and we got a cigar, and I remember smoking a cigar, and 2 o'clock in the afternoon outside in my shorts. That's all I used to wear, just underwear around there. Anyway, one day, another one of these natives come in, and he came walking right into the area, and he happened to come up to me, and talking to another fella, and he kept pointing at his, they got this fuzzy hair too, you know, kind of about a foot high there, not quite so high as the others, and he said, he pointed at his hair, his head, and keeps saying, Roxy, Roxy. So I said, geez, I don't know, what's the matter with this guy? He got rocks in his head or what? And so he kept saying Roxy, and then like he was pouring something on there. So finally dawned on us that he wanted some peroxide. He wanted to become a blonde, and so we told him, wait a minute, and sometimes the medics had peroxide over there they used to use for, I don't know, it's kind of disinfectant or something. And so we went over to the company medic, and said, hey, you got any peroxide? We got a native over here who wants to dye his hair. So he said, no, I haven't got any peroxide, but I'll fix you up with something. So he got a helmet there, and he didn't have any peroxide, so he poured everything red that he could think of, mercurochrome and 2 or 3 other things. It wasn't going to hurt him any, but and then he poured all this stuff in there, and then we put about a quart of water with it and mixed it up pretty good. And so we brought it back to the native, and just sort of tipped the helmet right over on his head, and geez, I'll tell you, you wouldn't believe this. I'll tell you, the guy, the stuff run all down him, and it looked just like a guy going through a mix master or something. And well, we got a mirror and showed him, and oh, he liked it. He said, number 1, Joe, number 1. I'll tell you, he was a weird-looking character. This island of Biak had a lot of coral on it, a lot of caves and a lot of coral. I think, I know that they had considerable trouble digging these guys out, digging these Japanese out. They were in all these caves and all honeycombed in the mountain, and well, it just made it a little harder, and it took a little longer. But things had quieted down pretty good, so we used to take little trips out, and geez, we found this spot. It was a couple of miles from our camp, but what a beautiful spot it was. The Japanese enjoyed it too. Apparently, they had a ladder down the side of this a big cliff there, and they had a ladder down the side, and when you got down to the bottom, it was one of the few beaches that didn't have coral on it. Beautiful sand, and the Japanese had been there, and well, we were enjoying it as much as they enjoyed it. They weren't around anymore, and we were, so we used to spend gee, it was a nice place, you know. And one day we got some of these, a can of these little hot dogs. I don't know what they call them, but they're only about 3 or 4 inches long, and Vienna sausage or something, I guess. Anyway, a whole number 10 can full of them, and we took them up there and we found a grate, and we said we're going to have a hot dog roast. We hadn't nobody been on a hot dog roast for 2 or 3 years, so well, we built this fire right on the beach and made this grate on there, and everybody around the fire waiting for the hot dog to get done, and pretty soon everything started going like popcorn around there, and everybody was getting hit with little pieces of metal. My God, we built a fire right on top of a bandolier of ammunition. Somebody dropped there. I don't know who, but they were covered with sand, and of all the places on that beach to build a fire, we had to build it there. And when it got hot, well, what happened was the lead stayed there, and the cartridge tore off a piece of metal, and that was what was popping, and we're picking all this brass out of us. And one fellow named Rock there, we had to take him to the medics. He got cut bad. It got in his arm, piece of brass. We could see it in there, but it was twisted inside, and well, they had to make an incision and get it out. And Rock wondered whether he was going to get Purple Heart. I told him he'd be lucky if we didn't get court-martialed. To this place where we had the picnic there. We used to go there quite a bit, and it was right on the ocean, and there's palm trees there and sand. It's beautiful, and so we figured we'd catch some fish. So we took up about a case of grenades up there, and well, we were there a little while, and natives came by there in the boat, and they pulled in. We talked with them, and so. One of them asked, we asked him where's the fish? So one guy pointing out out into the ocean there. We must have threw 10 grenades out there, and he'd run out there and look around splash around like a dog, and there weren't any fish there. And so I put out a tape. So I'm going to have to turn this thing over, and we're going to have to finish it on the other side. Well, after we decided. After about a half a case of grenades, we decided there weren't any fish there, so one of the GIs said there was a big cave there, tremendous big cave, 8-foot opening in the front, and at high tide there was seawater in there, and at low tide fresh water came out. So this was high tide, and somebody said, I bet those fish go in there. So well, we threw a couple grenades in the cave, and they were right. Sure enough, these fish come out, and they're pretty good size. Some of them about 18, 20 inches long, and pretty big fish. And a grenade kind of stuns them a little. It doesn't make much of an explosion underwater. When it's underwater, you don't hear much outside, but it makes quite a force underwater. It stuns the fish, and they come up, bottoms up. So we got them while they were still out cold, and we laid them on the bank there, and you have to be a little careful. These fish, some of them got spines on them. They're kind of poisonous. So anyway, we laid them all out, one kind, one pile, and all another kind of segregated them out there. And I told the native, I motioned to him to help himself. So he picked out about 15 of them, and when he got them all picked out, I told him, those are ours, and you can have the rest. He wasn't too happy about it, but he knew what the good ones were, and we didn't. We were getting quite a few replacements at this time, and not too many people were going home, but we were getting more in. Of course, our table of organization was down, what with people being sick, and some of them had gone home. But we were beginning to pick up some real beauties, I'll tell you. And we got this one feller. His name was Hendrick. His last name was Hendrick, and I can't remember what his first name was, but he had red hair, and all the Australians call redheads Bluey for some unknown reason. So he was Bluey Hendrick from there on in. And I'll tell you, this kid came from New York, and he didn't have a brain in his head. I don't know how he even got in the Army.
you figure somebody from New York, they'd be pretty wise to things, but not this fella. He didn't even know how to drive a car. He absolutely useless. And they gave him to me one day for a detail. I was supposed to go change a tire on a command car. This pretty big tire, you know, and he was supposed to help me. And well, finally got the thing off, and well, you don't have any modern tools there. You have to have tire irons and everything, and I was sweating away there, and it took me all morning to change the tire, and well, this guy was absolutely useless. He didn't help me at all, and finally I got the tire changed, and we were right next to the generator, so I said, Bluey, I'm gonna go wash up. Put that spare tire back on the fender. You had to mount it on the fender, and I said, and while you're here by the compressor, put about 40 pounds of air in it, and then mount it on that fender. So I went away and washed up, and I came back and give the tire a poke, and sure enough, no air in it. It's mounted with no air. So I said, Bluey, I told you to put some air in there while you're by the compressor. And he said, well, you know, Stan, I could just about lift that tire, and if you think I'm putting 40 pounds more in it, you're crazy. Well, things were going pretty good on this island about this time, and there wasn't much resistance left. A few Japanese around, a few skirmishers around here and there, but not too much. So we settled down to pretty much normal, and they had a little recreation place there, and even had floodlights there. We played volleyball at night when it was cool, and they had a little recreation place. Old Chuck Fry and I went up there when they were shooting crap one time, and we both we sort of made a pact, and we said we got about 2 months' pay, and we said we'll shoot the whole works, and each one play their own, but we'll split the profits. So well, I had $200 or $300, I guess. So I put it down, and boy, I never even got a point. I got a couple of snake eyes there, and lost all my money. So Chuck got up, and he came up with a 12 right off the bat and lost his. And here we were, a couple of rolls of the dice. We were out of business. So we'd lost $500 or $600 between us. And Chuck was married to an Australian girl too. So well, we sort of went away to lick our wounds, and I said, you know, Chuck, we got to get this money back somehow. So we thought it over, and we decided that the best way to get it back was to make a laundry. We're going to run a laundry. Everybody had money, and nobody liked to do laundry, so this sounded pretty feasible. So Chuck was kind of handy, and we got a half a barrel. We got a barrel and cut it in half. The top half we threw away, and stood about 2 feet high. That made our bucket, and then we got a Japanese motor and made a frame around this. First made a frame around this barrel, and put a crankshaft on the top, and then put a piston rod down from the crankshaft into the barrel with a plunger. It was made out of a C-47. It cracked up the tire out of a C-47. It made a nice, poor fellow smashed the plane up, but we got the plunger anyway. Made a nice plunger, that piece of tire. And we run the Japanese motor. We run a belt right out onto a shaft. We put a pipe on the shaft, and then run the belt from the shaft to a bicycle wheel, and this cut it down to about a 40-to-1 ratio, and little Japanese gasoline motor, and the thing worked pretty good. It just tonked over, and it was a water-cooled motor, so we had a little reservoir there for a radiator, but we'd let it run a while, and then when it got hot, we'd motor began to get hot, we'd shut the water off and heat the water up inside the motor, and then run it back into the washing machine. We kept getting hot water in there. Worked pretty good. We were getting Dutch money, and we got a guilder a set, and we made $1.50 every 10 minutes, and strictly a wet wash deal, and we became known as the Sci-Fi Laundry, and
My God, we even, we had our own radio station there. Signal Company set up a radio station. They had a disc jockey and everything, and we even had a couple of commercials. We're doing pretty good with this laundry, and then we had a soap shortage. We used to use GI soap. All of a sudden, we couldn't get any soap. But then one of the officers there, he heard about our laundry, and he brought us down a whole barrel full of soap. I don't know what happened to this soap. It must have been in the hull of a ship or something. It was pretty hot, and the whole thing melted into one big cake. It was about a 200-pound cake of soap. So we'd chop a hunk off and throw it in the washing machine. So I thought it was pretty nice of the guy, and so I told him, we appreciate it, and you want a set of clothes done, we'll do them free. We don't ordinarily do officers stuff, but we'll do one of yours free. So, he went in his tent, and he come out with a brand new set of suntan pants, or suntan pants and shirt, and he said, I'll tell you, these are brand new, but he said, I'd like you to run them through one time just to take the sheen off from them. They were kind of shiny. So I said, sure. So we took them down and threw them in the washing machine with a couple of other sets of clothes, and we went up to dinner. This thing had a governor on it, and it just tonked over, went nice and slow. You could leave them in there quite a while. Well, I went back there in about 15 minutes just to check on them, and that governor had gone haywire, and this thing was going like a madman, and geez, I shut the thing off, and boy, I took all the clothes out and I held them up to the light, and I'll tell you, they were threadbare. We had a pretty good camp here, but we had one problem from the time we got there, and that was we had a problem with the latrine. We were down in a valley, and we were right close to the water, right to the ocean, and mountains in back of us, and a lot of coral there. And if you broke through this coral, there was sand and then there was a layer of coral. If you broke through this coral, you hit water right off the bat, and so we couldn't dig a hole for a latrine. So the next thing they did was brought some bulldozers in there and a whole pile of sand and truckloads of sand. They tried to build a latrine up. It was sort of like a pyramid there, but it didn't work worth anything. Smell would knock you over after a couple of weeks of that. So they sent a pile of guys up in back of the signal company up into the hills there, and they said, see if we can find a decent place up there to dig. So they took crowbars and shovels and everything up there, and I guess they'd gone about 50, 60 feet up the mountain there, and one guy's going along honking with his crowbar every once in a while, and geez, all of a sudden, bing, he goes right through, he cracks right through, and so they sort of backed everybody off there, and they began chopping a big hole, and he'd come right into a cave. There were a lot of caves up in that place, and it was pretty deep. So this is the place we were going to build a latrine, no doubt about that. They had already made a hole there, so they chopped the place out there with a crowbar, and it seemed pretty safe. And so they put the latrine up on there, and there was about 8 or 9 holes there, maybe 10-hole latrine. And I'll tell you, it was pretty unique, I don't know how deep that hole was, but you'd go up there and sit down and relieve yourself and take 2 or 3 drags in that cigarette before you'd hear anything hit. It must have been 50, 60 feet down. We were still sending out a few signalmen with the infantry. The infantry would move out in 1 regiment at a time, maybe 2, but usually 1, and they'd hit some village, and there'd be a small skirmish there, sometimes big, sometimes small, depending on how much resistance they hit. And they would break us up and send us out a few at a time with the infantry, and you became infantry when you went with them. And this Hendrick there, this Bluey Hendrick there, he was a real pain in the neck, but had one fella there, his name was Haggerty. He kind of adopted him, and
well, Haggerty took care of him. Good thing he did, I guess. Anyway, Haggerty got picked to go on one of these details and with the infantry, and Bluey was broken-hearted, and well, he wanted to go with Haggerty in the worst way. And Haggerty, you know, there's only room for so many people, and you got so much work to do usually. So, well, Haggerty pulled all the strings he could, and he finally got permission to take Bluey along with him. And they were only up there for about 6 weeks or so. And when they came back, they were telling us the story that the first time, when they first made the landing there, they ran into a little problem, and finally they broke through and got set up with a message center and dug some holes there, and had the message center truck outside there, and just about got set up, and they laid down quite a barrage of mortars, and that mortar fire, you know, I don't think it's too accurate, but if they throw 1,000 rounds in there, they're bound to hit something. Anyway, when they start throwing those mortars in, everybody jumps in the holes, and about the 5th round, they hit the truck. And the truck caught on fire and blew up, and Bluey's in there with Haggerty, and when he see the truck go up, he knew it was for real, and he said, "I want to go home." Haggerty said, "You're here, boy. You're going to stay here for the duration." Been in BX for 4 or 5 months, and things are pretty quiet now, and we knew it would just be a short time before they'd be moving us out, and well, that's what we're there for. You know, we're going to hit another place, and sure enough, we begin packing up, and the war news was pretty good for a change. We'd begin, the Allies would begin when things were going pretty good over in Europe, and things are going a little better over in the Pacific. We'd had a few victories, and well, talking to the GIs, and you know, there was a different breed of Japanese. The old guard there, they were pretty hard guys to knock off, but the younger ones were beginning to crumble a little. We could see a little change. You know, we just hope the thing will be over pretty soon, but well, it won't be some time yet. But at any rate, things started to go in our favor a little bit. So we were getting ready to go, and next thing you know, the whole signal company is alerted that we're going to move out, and we're going to move to the Philippines. In a few days, we were underway, and I'm not quite sure how far it is from East Indies to Philippines, but I know that we crossed the equator, and on our way, and they had some kind of a naval engagement going on, and I think we had some kind of a record there, because of course we didn't know where the equator was, but they were telling us, the sailors were telling us aboard the ship, and we were right on the equator, and first they'd say the naval engagement is, you know, everything's all right, then they'd say hold off, and then they'd say go ahead, and then they'd say back up. Well, it seems we crossed that equator 7 times in one crossing. We were right on the thing, and we were going back and forth, and finally, I don't know, I guess we must have won the naval engagement, because we went forward, and we landed at Mindoro. Now, this was already occupied, or at least there was no resistance there. There was an airstrip there, and this was a place where we were going to regroup, and we were going to make another landing in a short time. We were there for about Mindoro, I mean, for about a week, and then they finally put us on a troop transport, and we were on our way again. This time we're going to make a landing, and this time we're going to have we're not going to walk in, and we're going to the island of Mindanao, and the town of Zamboanga, and this is going to be a little different. Zamboanga is a city, and this will be the first time that when we had an engagement, we don't get another piece of jungle for real estate. But, the thing in our favor was that the Japanese Air Force is just about knocked out. We don't have to worry too much with the transport. We haven't seen a plane in days. So we're happy about this. In a day or so, we arrived at dawn and dropped anchor about a mile off the coast of Mindanao and Zamboanga, town of Zamboanga, and we could see some buildings in the distance, and thank God we didn't have any Japanese around, Japanese Air Force, because we were waiting for our Air Force, and they were about 2 hours late. I don't know where they've been, but at any rate, they were supposed to go in and soften up the beach for us. So sure enough, soon, it was quite a show. A whole pile of liberators, probably 15 liberators come in, or liberator bombers, and they plastered the beachhead, and then some fighter bombers come down. They drop parachute bombs, and then destroyer escorts went right up close to longshore and broadside, and they plastered the place, and then they had something new. They were shooting these rockets off from the ship next to us, and it made so much smoke I thought the ship had got hit, but I guess they're just shooting these rockets off. They didn't prove to be too practical, but it sure made a lot of smoke. And after all this, I figure there won't be an ant left in that ground alive, so we ought to walk in. So they came alongside with some landing craft, and they throw these rope cargo nets over the side, and I tell you, it's quite a trick crawling down that cargo net. You know, you got your pack, and you got everything you own on anyway. You got your pack and your rifle, a machine gun slung over your shoulder, and you gotta you gotta go down and jump into this boat. When you get down there, the last 4 feet, you gotta jump backward and hope somebody catches you there, because this boat is. This landing craft is banging up against this troop carrier, and the sea's pretty rough there. And just about halfway down, somebody stepped on my helmet and pushed it right down over my eyes, and I can't see where I'm going. Well, anyway, I finally got in that thing, and I figured this is probably going to be rougher than the actual landing. Got to mention that before we got into this landing craft, they gave us a briefing, and we could see it looked like a plantation house there, and they said that's going to be they asked the Air Corps not to touch that because they wanted to use that as a landing point, and they had pretty good reconnaissance in there, and they told us that when we hit the beach, we would go to the right of that plantation house, and we'd find a trail, and to follow the trail, and then bear left at the fork. And we would come to a couple hundred yards, we'd come to a deep ravine, and we would go down in that ravine and set up a message center. The first thing that happened was that the Air Corps came in and blew the roof right off our, pretty much blew the whole house up with the first batch of bombs they dropped, and I said, boy, I hope things go a little smoother than that. That's the place they were supposed to save, but, at any rate, we finally get into this craft, as I said, and we started for shore. And, I figured everything would be quiet in there, but they were opening up with everything under the sun, and there's mortar fire coming in, and, there's not too much room to hide in these places, and I'm just hoping we'll hit that beach pretty soon and get out of there, because you're kind of boxed in that little landing craft there. And I saw them hit the boat in back of us, and the boat kept going, but, created a few casualties in there. At any rate, there's mass confusion. And when we hit that beach, I was pretty happy, and I run like a deer, and I ran up past that house, and I remembered, and I got on the trail, and they had this thing pretty well reconnaissanced out, because sure enough, it wasn't too long, and I felt pretty happy. I was down in that ravine. Set up our message center in that ravine, and you know, in spite of all the confusion and things going wrong and everything, things got underway finally, and you know, the message center was in operation within a half an hour, and we began receiving messages, radio messages coming in, and things were beginning to, the beachhead had become secure finally, and we're pretty happy down in this hole, you know. I got no desire to stick my head up over the top while things are going on, but we got our thing to do and they got theirs to do, so we're trying to do ours, and things begin quieting down a little bit. Not so much gunfire, and the TNT, telephone and telegraph, took off with their truck, and they began stringing some wire. They just lay it on the ground there, but they were going probably to a regiment. And so we figured pretty safe, so we going to see what's going on. So another guy and I got up there, and we're peeking our heads over the top of this ravine there and watching the TNT moving out with their truck. And they got up on top of a little knoll, and there was a whole pile of grass up there. I don't know, a little different than the rest of the terrain, tall grass there. And apparently engineers had come up there and dumped off about 50 barrels of gasoline in this tall grass to hide it in there. And when these telephone guys, they were just about opposite that grass there, and they let go of some more mortars, and it was just a lucky shot, I guess. Anyway, they hit the gasoline, and the drums all started exploding, and gee, it was blowing them right up in the air, and they blew open up in the air, and a big smoke ring, and anyway, all the TNT guys turned around, they're running back for that ravine, and B-Craft, the old mule driver there, he got in the truck, and he figured he'd go faster in the truck than he could walking, and he drove down the hill, never stopped to pick anybody up or anything, and you know, of course everybody was scared, and about 4 months later, B-Craft got a Bronze Star for saving the truck, but he never did stop to pick anybody up. I forgot to mention that while we were out in the bay out there waiting for the Air Force to come and sort of soften up landing there, they gave us a pretty good briefing out there. We had a lot of time. We had to wait 2 hours for the Air Corps, and anyway, they told us that they'd been over a couple of days before, and they dropped pamphlets to the people in the town, to the civilians, telling them to get out of town on such and such a date, the date of our landing, because we were coming in, and for them to get up into the hills. The Japanese had occupied the town of Zamboanga for some time. The guerrillas were also notified. The Filipino guerrillas were also notified. They were up in the hills, and they were supposed to synchronize their attack with our landing, and when we landed, they were supposed to come down from the hills. We were supposed to enter the town, and we would have them have the Japanese trapped, and it worked out pretty much this way. I don't know, those guerrillas, they're something else, but they, anyway, they did enough scare tactics to drive them down. A couple of days after the landing, things sort of started to get normal again, or as normal as could be under the circumstances. At least the confusion of the landing was over, and the 186 Infantry Regiment began mopping up a little bit. They did very well, and at this time I happened to be near S2 Intelligence there. They were in headquarters staff. They never were too far from us. I happened to be up to S2, and they had a young Japanese prisoner. Well, the prisoner was a novelty in the first place because the Japanese just never gave up, the old diehards anyway, the old guard. But this fellow couldn't have been more than 17, 18 years old, and what a difference with this younger generation. they had a Japanese interpreter there, and this, this kid was really spilling the beans. He was pointing to a map, and the Japanese interpreter, the American Japanese interpreter, kept saying, "Slow down, slow down." He couldn't interpret it that fast to English, and the guy was really spilling the beans. This was unusual because the few prisoners that we did have before never said anything. Figured they were, in spite of the fact that we told them that they'd be prisoners of war, they figured they were dead. As far as the family was concerned, they were dead anyway, and altogether different group with these young people. We were all anxious to go into the town of Zamboanga. This would be the first time that, it was a city. It happened to be a resort place, and we were on the outskirts of the city, but we weren't going to go in there until they declared it an open city. And in a day or so, they declared the Zamboanga open, and we moved in. We got a 6x6 and moved right in there, and we figured that we'd gone long enough without with operating a message center that wasn't adequately supplied, and we were going to supplement our supplies by, first of all, we needed a nice long, desk and a swivel chair and etc. Just about to the end of this tape, and we got one more tape to go, I reckon, and that ought to do it. When we entered the town of Zamboanga, it was pretty surprising to see how much damage had really been done. The Air Corps had really given it a pretty good blast in, and then the 41st Recon went in there, and they had their half tracks. This is the first time they'd ever had a chance to use them to any advantage, because can't use a half track much in the jungle, too wet and get stuck. But they went in there and blasted a little way, just blasted around a little bit with their cannon there, and well, at any rate, we went directly to the library and the town hall. We had things we had to get, and we just pulled up in front of the town hall, and there was a GI outside there in infantry, and he said, "Are you guys going to be here a while?" And I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, I'm guarding this swivel chair for my CO." He said, "I'd like to go in and see what's going on." I said, "Go ahead, don't worry about it." So he went in, and we threw the chair right in the truck. And then we went in and sort of liberated a few desks and tables. And, this is the first time we got into civilization, and I don't know if I'm too proud of the fact, but everybody was really going crazy in there, just grabbing anything. I went down into the basement with another fella, and the basement, it isn't really underground, but the houses are built up something like they are in Australia. And anyway, we went down into the bottom floor there, and I went in one room, and there was a toilet in there, and I thought I'd like to get the toilet seat for a latrine anyway, but you couldn't hardly believe it, but they dropped a bomb and it had gone through the roof and down through the top floor and through the basement, and it hit the floor down in the basement, the cement floor, and bounded up, and it was laying right on top of the toilet seat and hadn't even gone off, and a little powder spilled around there, and well, as much as I wanted that, I said, I think we better get out of here. I don't know, the thing probably been there for a week, but I wouldn't take any chances, I'll tell you. Well, we finally took off with our loot, and they'd given us the town's fire department for a message center. It was sort of on a common down there, and it hadn't got hurt too badly, but we had to make some petitions, and so we'd go to these houses that got knocked down, and
And the floorboards, geez, they don't seem to nail them there. They put them between two logs and sort of tie them down, and they were all mahogany boards. They were about 12 inches wide and long boards. And well, at any rate, we put up a petition there. They were the hardest thing in the world to pound a nail through. You had to soap the nails and everything else to get it through this. But there isn't everybody that had a mahogany petition, I'll tell you. But we did manage to get the desks and chairs, and this is the first time we've really been, since we left the States, that we'd really had any decent kind of message center. And looked like we were going to be there a while, and it was shaping up pretty good. They had a big Spanish fort, been there for centuries, I suppose. The walls were about 5 feet thick, stone, and this was about 500 yards from our message center, and it was right on the ocean. And this is the area the headquarters company and MPs were going to be inside the fort, and we were going to be outside. And I think I liked it better outside anyway. But we were right along the west wall on there of the fort, and it was pretty nice. They put two lines down there, two strings down through for the company street, and they said, we're going to give you a week to set your tents up, and they told us about where our sections, where the tents went by sections, the message center, TNT, etc. And they didn't bother us for a whole week except for important details like guard or something like that. So, boy, usually, you get one day and that's it. But we had a whole week, and so we went shopping around a little, and we found some Japanese cement, and we put a cement floor in it, and in our tent, and I went up in the woods and took a truck and got some bamboo and made pieces to hold the sides out a little bit there, so it's so warm you never close the tent up there. And well, I managed to find a bed somewhere, so I liberated that, and I think it was the only bed in the whole company, but well, the whole house was knocked down anyway. When it was the only thing worth anything in the whole house. Didn't have a mattress. I had to stuff a mattress cover full of hay, but it was pretty good anyway. And things were really beginning to shape up. All the fighting had ceased by now, except for a few skirmishes, and they began to bring a little food in, and had a kitchen set up over there and a cement slab, and pretty good. We dug a well right outside our tent. We only had to go down about, I think 10 feet deep, and we had plenty of water. It was about 2 or 3, we cut the top off from, top and bottom off from a barrel, and used that for a casing, and I think it's about 2 or 3 barrels deep, and pretty handy, You had a sort of a windlass there, and you go down and get all the water you wanted to wash up with. I guess it wasn't too good to drink. And they had a pillbox at the end of it was sort of in the ground there, sort of an air raid shelter or something. I don't know what it was. The Japanese had it at the end of the company street when we first got there, and we went poking around, nobody in there, and but the Japanese had gone into somebody's house there and stolen a big Oriental rug. It was a big one, and of course they threw it down inside there, and it was all mud and dirt and everything. So, well, anyway, I dragged the thing out, and we're right next to the ocean anyway. They were right on had a seawall right at the end of the company street. So I cut a hole in the center of the rug and tied a rope on it and threw it out in the ocean for a couple of days, and let the waves pound a little bit, and then I brought it in and rinsed it off, and took a couple more days to dry, and then we cut it up into strips, and everybody had a strip in front of the bed, and that really was something else, I'll tell you. They had a lot of horses around there. There was a big mule and half a dozen horses, and the mule, he wasn't too popular because, well, he went to the general headquarters company was just inside the fort there, and the general had a barrel there that used to catch rainwater in, and that mule kept going in there and drinking that water, so they got him out of there anyway. But the horses, I suppose they're coming around for food. The civilians hadn't all got back into town yet, and when they did, everything was all mixed up anyway. So these horses were around, but they had one that was hurt, shot pretty bad. He had about, I guess he had 6, 7 bullet holes in him, and well, it was pretty sad. But we'd already dug those holes for the post to put our sides of our tents up, and boy, you got to pick and shovel every bit of it. So we don't want this horse to die in our area, because that means we're going to have to bury him. And he kept hanging around our tent. So well, at night we'd sort of push him over to the Ack outfit who was attached to us, and they were on the outskirts of our camp there, 25, 30 yards out there. So every night we'd push him over there, hoping if he's going to die, he'd die there. And those Ack guys would get up early in the morning and push him back towards us. You know, they know where he's coming from. Well, it's too bad. He should have shot the horse. He didn't seem to be suffering much, but he wasn't getting any better. And geez, about the third night, boy, we had boards under him and everything. We pretty near carried him over there, and sure enough, he died that night over there. And these Ack guys come over the next morning and pretty furious. They said that you know, we'd carried the horse over there, and he'd died over there. And we told him, hey, you were carrying him back every morning, and that's just the way life is. Well, the week was just about up, and we had our tent in good shape. We had, like I say, we had this cement floor with strips of oriental rug to get out on in the morning, and then in the center we'd taken the top off from a reel that they had wire on, and made a table out. It was about 3 feet in diameter. Put the the tent pole right through the middle of it, and it made a nice table in the middle. And well, I think it was one of the better tents around. We all had mosquito bars, and of course everybody had cots except me. I had a bed, but well, at any rate, they were going to have an inspection. The week was up, and they said they're going to have an inspection, and we hadn't been standing any formations or anything. They just turned us loose, so they got the word around there'd be a formation reveille early in the morning, Saturday morning. So well, you know, well, they turned us loose there. We'd all been the natives or the townspeople sort of come back into town there, and we've been doing a little trading, and well, everybody buying everything, you know. And when they blew the whistle, gee, you never saw anything like this in your life. Some of them are dressed up in these Chinese outfits, and they're shuffling along out there with kimonos on, and another one would have these big hats that they wear out in the rice field, and a couple of them had, nobody was in uniform, and a couple of them had a monkey on a string and birds on their shoulder. And this first sergeant took one look at it, and he just couldn't believe the whole thing. And he blew that whistle again. He said, I want everybody to be dismissed. I want you to fall out here in 3 minutes, and I want you in uniform. They had the inspection of the tents later that day, and I remember the CO come in, and I suppose the rest of the tents were a little dressed up too, they weren't all GI by any means. Anyway, he come in our tent and hesitated at the doorway, and said, all right to walk on that rug, men? We said, yes, sir. Well, things sort of got back to normal after a while, and
just outside this fort on, well, I guess it would be the south wall, there was a biblical painting on the wall. And in front of it was a place where you could put candles, and apparently the Filipinos used to worship there. But it was in pretty bad shape. The Japanese wouldn't let anybody go near that, and so I thought it was a pretty good thing. The CO said, you know, he asked for volunteers to kind of clean this place up, and so that the people could come and worship there again if they wanted to, even though it was right next to the military installation. No, it didn't seem to bother him much. So, but the amazing thing was the cooperation was tremendous. People of all denominations helped clean that place up, and we painted, put a little fence around it, a little picket fence, and painted it, and put a Lister bag up there with water in it, so people that come a long ways could get a drink of water, cool water. And gee, they used to bring people in on stretchers and everything, and well, they were pretty happy to be back there. Some unknown reason, this really paid off as working out there, because for some unknown reason, these Filipinos used to worship on Saturday afternoon, or from 12 o'clock on, and well, the CO, we just didn't have any more Saturday inspections because there were so many people coming in there. One of these Filipinos came around one day and had a monkey. Well, he's sort of a tame one, and a lot of wild ones running around there all over the place. But well, I don't know, he wanted to sell them, and I gave him a peso or something for him, maybe a dollar, maybe a couple pesos, worth about $1. And that, I'll tell you, he was a funny little bugger, but that son of a gun was more trouble than you could shake a stick at. Oh, I could hear all over the area, "Symonds, come get that monkey," and he's always into everything. And after we fed him a few days, we couldn't get rid of him if we wanted to. We didn't keep him caged up or anything. He just went up in a tree near the tent at night, and sometimes he slept in the tent, and he'd get a hold of anything. He'd get hold of a tube of toothpaste and run right up and down it like a harmonica there, only putting teeth marks all the way up, and when anybody squeezed the toothpaste out, it'd come out everywhere except the end. And he'd steal everything that wasn't tied down, and he'd sit on your shoulder while you're playing cards, and the next thing he'd reach down and grab a card out of your hand and take a bite out of it, and then you got a marked deck. We had a guy in the GI in the tent with his name was Nichols. I think his first name was Roland Nichols. And he didn't like that monkey. They never hit it off at all, and they were kind of rough on him. And yeah, the old monkey is pretty smart, you know. We had these mosquito bars over our mosquito nets over our bed, and they'd stretch them pretty tight. And they'd stand up a couple feet over the top of the bed, so you'd crawl in there and you'd be a couple feet over your head. And that monkey would wait till Nichols got in that in bed there and turn the lights out and everything, and he'd crawl up that tent pole and take a jump and land in that net and scare the daylights out of Nichols. We had a bowl of sugar on the table there that we had in our tent, and that monkey liked sugar, and we'd give him a cuff. We didn't want him to have his hands in there, and every time we'd catch him on a table, we'd give him a crack and send him off. But he got so he'd run up there and grab a handful of sugar and keep right on going. And so I said, I'll fix your wagon. So I told all the boys about it, and I took the sugar out and put salt in there, and we waited. And by golly, he took a jump on that table and grabbed hold of a handful of salt and let it go. We never even tasted it. They had this big old mule. He kept hanging around there. I suppose he'd eaten, I don't know what he'd eaten, garbage or whatever he could, but headquarters company kept shooing him out. He was a big thing. He had a head on him like a moose, and he was a U.S. Army mule. Had U.S. branded right on him, and apparently they had American garrison living in this fort before the Japanese came. I don't know what happened to them, whether they left or the Japanese killed them. I don't know till this day what happened. But they were there, and the mule was still around, and he kicked like a son of a gun, you know. He was a powerful thing, but if you could sneak up on him and get up on his back, why, you'd have to run to keep up with him when the mule was walking. He was so big. He took big strides, and so we'd ride him once in a while. It was kind of exciting getting on his back. If he ever kicked you, he'd break your leg for sure. But the headquarters company come over one day, and they got a hold of one of these little two-wheel cart with a wow, they got a fringe on the top there, a little roofing on it, a fringe on the top, and it's only two wheels. It's only supposed to hold two people, and I think they call them Galicia, or something like that. It was a Filipino name, and so they wanted to borrow some wire and rope and everything we had, so they could make a harness for this thing. So, the TNT guys give them some wire, and so we went over and watching them there, and the mule was pretty patient. They'd only feed him once in a while. He'd hang around. They got them all harnessed up there, and you know, mostly wire hooked to the shafts and everything. And then they only supposed to hold two people. They must have had 6 on that little Galicia, and somebody give the mule a crack over the rump with a piece of wire for a whip there, and I'll tell you, that old mule let go with both hind legs, and when it was all over, the mule was standing there, and the only thing hanging on him was the shafts, and there was guys spread all over the area. Chuck Fry and I used to work down the message center. He was the same fellow that had the Fry laundry with, and he came from Montana. Chuck came from Montana, and just opposite this message center, like I say, it used to be American garrison there. They had a big parade ground, or was at one time, and they had a horse out there, and Chuck said, that's a good horse. Well, he came from Montana, and I took his word for it. He said, that's a good riding horse. He said, what do you say we get a saddle and fix him up? So I said, sure. So we got the horse, and horse is friendly enough, and got a rope around him, and well, Chuck fashioned a bridle there, and well, we sort of commandeered a saddle, and well, I was one laying out in the street there. It wasn't all beat up, but Chuck got it back into shape, and he had to make a bit, and he made a bit and bridle for the horse, and well, we went up and bought some corn. That's the only kind of grain we could get. The horse had a lot of I don't know what you'd call them, jiggers or something. Had all big bumps in them there from these bugs, and well, we sprayed them, and got a couple of bushels of corn, fed them a little corn now and then, finally got them in good shape, and Chuck named him Sparky after the horse that he had in Montana, and Chuck could ride him good. I'll tell you the truth, I was a little scared of him because he'd go like the wind, but he had one bad habit. The horse would be running along, and if he, you know, they don't have any doors on any of the native houses over there, and they just have a doorway. And boy, if he spotted a doorway out the corner of his eye, he'd run right in, and you could go right in somebody's house pretty easy. He used to keep the horse on the Sparky there. He used to keep him on the parade ground, and the only thing was we had to bring him down water. He didn't have any water, so we'd have to bring a few pails of water. We'd get him from Message Center and bring him across to him. And I went down one morning, and the horse is loose. The rope was not tied, and so, well, the horses are still there, but he was loose, so I tied him up, and this guy come over from, had a little tent down there. This guy was a Piper Cub pilot, and he used to be an observer. And he came over and he said, is that your horse? And I said, yeah. And he said, well, you know, he came walking right in my tent this morning. And I said, oh yeah, well, he does that once in a while. And so anyway, we got kind of talking there, and he said, could I take him for a ride? So I said, sure. I'll get the saddle, and I'll put the saddle on him. And they had a sort of a lane down there running down at the end of this parade ground. It was a pretty big parade ground, bigger than a football field, and the end of it was the general was living down there, our general. And so he wanted, this Air Force officer wanted to take him for a ride, so he rode him down this lane a couple times, and he began to get his confidence, and he said, how do you get him to go? I said, just lift the reins up, and that's all you had to do, just lift him up, and he'd take off like a bullet. And so he did, and that horse took off, and he ran right down the end of that parade ground, and next thing I heard a big hullabaloo down there, and all the natives, he ran right in the general's house, and all the natives are pounding him with sticks and everything to get him out of there. I guess the general wasn't home, and so the guy came back, and he's leading the horse, and he said, you know, that horse ran right in that house down there. And I said, yeah, he does that once in a while. This camp in Zamboanga was pretty good. You know, of course, everybody wanted to go home, and I missed Thelma. But believe me, this can't beat the jungle all holla. So they had a lot of, we were getting replacements every day, and not every day, but every month, and we weren't sending anybody home, but we were getting replacements. I never could figure it out. Anyway, we, you know, the signal company's a company of 200 men, and we had something like 300 people there, and well, these people are all fresh from the States, and they're anxious to work, and I'm willing to let them. We had a lottery every month. I'll tell you, well, I don't know, I might have mentioned it before, but they still had the same system where they drew names from the hat, and they'd only draw very few names, 2 or 3, and then you got, if you don't go, you'll have to wait till next month. And every month they'd send us everybody, pretty everybody there. The old timers are all eligible to go home, and they'd send us to the medics, and every month, and the medics would weigh us and shake their heads and go, and then next month they'd weigh us again. Never did find out what they were doing, shaking their heads and weighing us, but that's the way they did it.